You are all welcome. Dumela. Dumela. Media Summit, you should be media rising and talking even louder. So it's both an honor and a privilege for me to be delegated this distinguished role to welcome you to this esteemed function, the Northwest Media Sustainability and Collaboration Summit here at our new A20 building at Northwest University, Mahikeng campus. The gathering has a theme which is forward-looking called Partnership, Innovation and Sustainability. What a timely theme. This gathering comes at a critical moment for me for two reasons. One, I think you're all aware that the media landscape is transforming very, very rapidly, and that change is shaped by digital transformation, economic pressures, and shifting audience behavior. So the audience is expecting more from us, and therefore we need to think hard. We need to innovate, we need to partner, we need to collaborate and think of ways of doing things differently. The second reason why this gathering is timely is because here at Northwest University Mahikeng campus, we are brainstorming and we are putting together a 10-year plan on how to revitalize this campus. 10-year plan because I started my role here officially this month. So I'm still very brand new. Please welcome me and clap hands for me. Thank you very much. So one of my role is to put a 10-year plan to say how do we transform this campus and make it even way better than it is. Make it better than the Poch campus. We're competing with our own sisters. So the 10-year plan needs to be submitted, and that 10-year plan needs all the different stakeholders, students, staff, community members, industry experts to support us to say how do we make this campus as best as it used to be. In my walking around, I find references made to the old Unibo days. I hear it used to be a vibrant campus. I hear Mahikeng used to be the place. In my gathering of information, I'm told that if there's anything we need to focus on is to make entrepreneurship and innovation the flagship so that all our students, all our staff, all our community members entrench this mindset of entrepreneurship. There's nothing as painful as graduating students like we are graduating them and have them sit at home and say, I can't find a job. To me, that means we have failed as an institution. What's the point of us giving you a degree and then you go back to the village in Limpopo and you can't do anything? So if anything else, we should instill the mindset of entrepreneurship is doable so that everyone think like an entrepreneur. In my gathering of information, I am told that multimedia art should be at the heart of what we do. So that's one of the flagship hubs that we plan to get up and going. The reason is because Mahikeng is a cultural multimedia space. All the pioneers, or most of them in the olden days that we used to hear on the radio, had their origin right in Mahikeng. Am I telling the truth? Yes, yes. So we have plans to have proper studios, podcast studios, video, photography. Some people are proposing that we must have a proper theater, work with Mabana. If we don't renovate it, start our own. We need to be recording and dropping albums. I hear we've got young people with talent, unbelievable. So some of them, I think I see them dancing outside. It's like, what a good content we need to capture and promote these young people. You can be an engineer and at the same time you can be a very talented artist. I'm the DVC, I'm also the DJ Mazoza, rocking on the 1 and 2s. The second hub we are told about, as I say, is the cultural IKS, Indigenous Knowledge. We've got a Center of Indigenous Knowledge System. So all this cultural knowledge that we have needs to be aggregated, collected. Some people are proposing that we need a museum of some sort, both digital and physical. I'm just giving you the highlights of what people are talking about. Some people are saying aviation and logistics is our thing. We used to have the airport that was the best in this country. Currently, you can't get to Joburg within 20 minutes, but in the past we used to. The question is, what can we collectively do for our airport? And I'm sharing all this so that if there's anything that resonates with you, if there's anything that comes within the dialogue, please let's harness those and make sure that it's filtered down as part of the strategy. But I hope to engage with you in a different forum to share with you the detailed plan so that your ideas find expression, so that by the time we start implementing, you become part of the change that we want to entrench. But this gathering today is a testimony that Northwest University has a role to play in everything we do. I'm a big believer that for this region to change and transform and become what it deserves to be, the university has to be at the heart of driving that change. And it should, and it will. And you sitting here today, it's a commitment that we want to be part of the change. We want to see this campus vibrant after hours, during weekend, any time of the day, not only with students, but our stakeholders should be part of it. You know, other campuses, when you go to them during the weekend, there are meetings, there's training happening, it's just vibrant. You know, when you come to our campus on weekend, you hear the sounds of the birds. It's not people. So the question is, how can we open up and make sure we support the change? If community members want to meet, they want to have a dialogue, they want innovation, they want research done, this is the first place that should come to their mind. Yeah, so I was going to thank the Premier, I was going to thank Mr. Ananias Ndlovu for the leadership, and I was also going to thank the Minister in the Presidency, Mr. Kenny Morolong, who promised to close the summit for us tomorrow. So over the next 2 days, colleagues, you will engage in critical conversations, share insights, and explore collaborative solutions. Let's make sure that those collaborations or discussions don't just become talk, but find expression. And I've promised the whole support of the university to be behind what will come out of this gathering. So I'd like to wish you a productive discussion. I would like to thank students for being here because you are our future leaders, and you participating in this dialogue is very critical for us so that you listen what the stakeholders are saying, you embed the theory that you're learning into practicalizing and changing the communities in our world. Once again, colleagues, welcome to the Northwest University. Welcome to Mahikeng. Welcome to the summit, and may you be blessed. Thank you very much.
We can do better than that, so ladies and gentlemen, I'll have a round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Joe Molete, for those words of welcome. And indeed, over the next 2 days, we will engage deeply on critical issues such as funding, digital transformation, collaboration, skills, development, and also audience growth. There's a lot to talk about in the communication space, in the media space, and so forth. So make sure that also you listen very attentively when the speakers are going to start speaking. Jot down questions. You know, in my class, I like individuals who interact. I become a little bit dizzy if people do not interact. And I believe if we are in the communication space, we are going to be talking. All right? So with that being said, I'm going to call upon Ndade Ananias Ndlovu to just come and tell us about the purpose of the summit and also do the official opening. And may we give him a round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. My name is Ananias Ndlovu from the organizing team, and I've prepared, it was like maybe 5 to 6 pages of my speech, but I've decided to put it aside and speak from my heart. Reason being, I'm not happy, I'm disappointed, but on the other hand, life goes on. We're expecting the premier, he's not here. We're expecting some speakers. We've arranged 20 confirmed high-profile speakers, confirmed, not we're negotiating. 20 high-profile confirmed speakers, but we are left with 12. 8 withdrew, and the last one this morning. The other one last night, and the rest a day before. So it pains me. It took effort to organize a summit of such nature. It took courage, time, and everything. And people agreed, and we were expecting a high anticipated engagement. But that does not take away anything, because at least someone, when we knocked, opened the door. Because I don't want to say other things. I will tell you 2 government entities who dumped us yesterday and the other day. They were supposed to provide accommodation and catering, and they withdrew 2 days before the summit. And we had to organize everything ourselves. And we are a NPC, we are non-profit. We are just doing this. I was in Cape Town last time, and they said, this thing of community media is not working for you, Mr. Ndlovu, but why are you persisting? Why are you always doing it? And I said, I hate the person who came with the word passion. Because this thing, it comes from passion. It's not a thing that you just wake up and do it. So I must say I'm grateful to the Northwest University. That one I must say, thanks to the Northwest University. When we said we want to do this, and they said, definitely with us. And I'll give you a background. We are the organizers of the Northwest Media Awards. And these awards, they're simply to recognize passion, nothing else. I will tell you there are still reporters, journalists, presenters who still sleep at their studios. At least nowadays it's fine. We've got luxury of Bolt, but they cannot afford it. If I'm doing a graveyard show 12 to 3 in the morning, there is no taxi that can take me home because I don't have a car. But I will definitely sleep on the couch until the next morning, 7 o'clock, so that I can get a taxi back home. So with the Northwest Media Awards, we are saying, guys, we know, we see you, and we understand. We are just coming to you to give you a token of appreciation and say, keep the spirit high. And we came to the Northwest University and said, please, can you collaborate with us? Can you work with us to recognize passion in the Northwest media industry? And the answer was positive. They collaborated with us yesterday. And the aim is not to change Northwest or the world, it's to change one life. And we did. Mr. Jacobs, I can proudly tell you we've got 2 people who got hired because of the awards. 2 people who got serious jobs because of the awards. And the most funny part, not that they won the awards, they were nominees, just to be nominated. So to a young person who is a student to be nominated, or who's working for community media, to be nominated is something very big. So we write letters all the time saying, please, can I get a reference letter saying I was a nominee? And it means a lot to most of these young people. So with this summit, we said from the Northwest Media Awards, let's engage. Let us not do this thing once a year in December, the awards, then we are done. Throughout the year, what do we do? And for return of investment to the university, because they assisted us, what can we do? And we thought of this summit. And the summit was to say, let's bring students, let's bring community media, let's bring mainstream media, let's bring advertisers, let's bring funders, let's bring communicators, let's bring anyone who's involved in this media industry under one roof. Let's discuss our challenges. What we've realized when we do our research is that we work in silos. The university is there, community media is there, SAPC is there, UFM is there. So we are not working together, but we are saying the purpose is one. So we decided that no, at least let's have this summit to collaborate and work together. It pains us to see a student from, I'll say, from a village called Matau, studying communication science or media studies here at the university. But he can't even tell you where is Village FM. He knows somewhere in the village there is a radio station. So we decided to say, guys, this must stop. If you're a student, know your media. Students are here. I can ask that question randomly and say, tell me, how many community radio stations do you know in Mafike? Some won't tell you. Where is Mafike FM when we are here? Some won't tell you. Even the campus radio. Studying here, but you can't even know who's the programs manager of Northwest University FM. So we are saying these things must come to an end. You must know your media. Because the belief is that now community media is the next employer. Who thought Beard will close? Daily Sun, the most selling newspaper in the country. I worked for it. We're selling 3 million newspapers a day. 3 million newspapers, hard copies a day. But it shut down. What about Naledi News in Rustenburg? Will we survive if Daily Sun can shut down? The answer is yes, we can. We are the next employers as community media. So if you graduate, how many graduates are graduating? Next month is graduation season. How many media studies, communication, PR, or you name them, journalism, who are graduating next month? Where are they going? SAPC is no longer employing every day. Mainstream media is starting up. Where are they going? Government cannot hire them all. So community media is your next step. If you are from KwaZulu Natal, you must know where is Umlazi FM. If you are from Limpopo, you must know where is Mokopane community radio station. If you are from Rustenburg, you must know where is Radio Mafisa. So it goes to you as students to say, guys, let's know our media. Now we are studying multimedia. I've graduated when? Some years back. Yes, more than 25 years back. graduated as a journalism student, more than 25 years back. The journalism I studied then, is it the same journalism you are studying now? It's not. So the very same journalism you are studying now is the same journalism you must practice at these community radio stations. You must go there. You must practice it. You are doing multimedia. They must know. You know, when we started the community radio stations, community media, we were hiring just because you wanted to work on radio. When you come, we interview you without qualifications, metric, even some without metric, you are hired. This must change. You must go to the community radio station and see who is there. We need those graduates. We need those graduates running those community media houses. Because you cannot graduate, the Deputy Vice Chancellor said it very clearly, you cannot graduate and sit at home. It's waste of money and energy. If you are using NSFAS, imagine how much government put on you just to go and sit at home. But there are, in the Northwest only, there are, as we speak, 18 community radio stations on air now. There are 24 newspapers running as we speak. There are 12 online digital media houses running as we speak. And you tell me you will be unemployed. That's not possible. So that's the aim of this summit. So I'm grateful the university is assisting us with the whole thing. And I must emphasize that these topics are chosen deliberately so. Because when we say digital transformation, that's relevancy. We are living in the digital world now. I cannot operate this machine here because they are talking another language I don't understand. But you can operate it. And we need you to teach the next person to operate it. Advertising is a very serious challenge when it comes to community media. I've written a book. It's called The Real Death of Community Media. And people were asking me, why such a strong topic, title, The Real Death of Community Media? And I said, guys, community media is dying, the real death, because they are shutting down. That's because of one thing, advertising. Passion is running this radio station. There's on-air presenter as we speak who's worried about taxi fares to go home after the show, as we speak. And this must come to an end. We are saying we must come together. Let's make a plan, all of us, how the university can assist, how government can assist, how private sector can assist, because in the book, it is stipulated that even private sector is killing these community media houses. You'll get a newspaper getting adverts like this and another one like this. So we are saying, let's come together, let's sit down, and from this and this, let's be here, all of us. Let's share what we have. I must say, we are live on Northwest Media Awards Facebook page. We are live on Mabatu FM, and there are media houses that are here, Maftown Online, who are broadcasting this. We spoke to SAPC. We know one of the two speakers from SAPC withdrew, but we've got one. LTK is one of our panelists. And we are saying most of media houses in the province, they are watching this, they are listening, and in conclusion, I can assure you this thing, don't be fooled by this empty seats. It was a fully booked affair. We wanted 100 guests. We had 140 confirmed. The list is there. And this week only, we've got more than 40 students who made the RSVPs. This week alone, 40. And our numbers were taking us to 200. And we were scared that we will have something that we won't be able to manage. We asked our co-organizers from the university to plead with us, to plead with the students not to come, 40 of them, because we don't have that space. And some came, you know, students, some came, and we said, guys, we've got a guest list, and our delegates, when they come and we took the seats, it's going to be a problem. Now our delegates, I don't know, they are lost within the campus because it's a train smash to come to this building. And I got lost 3 times in 3 days, driving around knowing where's the exit. But maybe they are coming, maybe they will join us, these few seats that are empty. But I'm saying to Brathio and Oscar, if there are those students who are still willing to come, let them come. And let them have this. Because this summit, one thing I love about this summit is an individual capacity. You capacitate yourself. Even if your media house sent you here, you will have that knowledge and you will have to share with them, but you will remain with that knowledge. So, colleagues, thanks very much for making time here. Our speakers, I must applaud you. We didn't pay for speakers to come here. They came out of their own will. We are a non-profit organization, we don't have money. We didn't even pay for our facilitators to come here. They booked themselves, transported themselves to support this initiative. And I was worried. I will just point out Mr. Baloyi, because I was worried with government communicators. I know them, I don't see many of them, but I'm happy we have their boss here. Mr. Baloyi is the most senior communicator in government. There is the boss of all communicators. So I'm happy he's here. Then if we talk with a big boss. So ladies and gentlemen, to our speakers, let's engage. Let it be a fruitful engagement. Let's be happy. Let's not shy away to ask questions. Let's do this. I thank you.
You can always do better. Thank you so much, Mr. Aninas Ndlovu. I'm not quite disappointed from my side, because when I look at the House at large, I see professional individuals, the likes of Mr. Iron Lady here, who is a voiceover artist, quite doing very well in the media space, the likes of Professor Lila Holthosen, who is the School of Communication Director, quite powerful. So, yeah, some of you are quite named. I know we have powerhouses in this house. So I'm not quite disappointed in that. Thank you so much. Now, today's, we are going to have 3 sessions. So the first session will deal with the sustainable funding models for community and independent media. The second session will deal with digital transformation and the future of news distribution. And the third session will deal with public-private academic collaboration, building a media ecosystem. So this is how it is going to work. We do have facilitators and we do have our speakers. So if you have a program and you are a speaker for the first session, you may just stand up and take a seat there. We have Letabo Dibezo from the MDDA. We have Dr. Kate Skinner from Association of Independent Publishers. We have Willem Baloyi from the South African government. Those are the speakers for the first session. And also it is going to be facilitated by Mr. David Machaye from the Magalies Water. So I'm going to take a chill pill right now and just quite listen as well. I also said take out your notebook, especially students, do make questions and also make sure that you have questions that will be asked during the facilitated Q&A discussion. So Mr. David Machaye, the stage is yours for now. May we give our speakers and Mr. David Machaye a round of applause.
Colleagues, good morning. DVC did say that people appear to be somewhat unhappy, perhaps because we are in an academic environment. Somebody needs to commission a quick study to ascertain as to what the challenges are. But to Ntate Ndlovu, before I start, I just want to say to you, my dear brother, every journey, whether it's 10, whether it's 100, whether it's 1,000, begins with the first step. And what I have personally known as an individual and in the line of work that I do is that the road to success is paved with obstacles. And it is your resolve that will determine whether you succeed or otherwise. Therefore, you shouldn't flinch at what appears, and I must emphasize, to you it appears as if it's poor attendance, but to us it's a big feat because you did it the first time, and some of us drove from Rustenburg, we are here, and Tate Baloyi drove all the way from Pretoria and is here. And I think you deserve a round of applause. Now, colleagues, my name is David Machaye. I am an alumni of this particular university, an alumni of this particular campus, an alumni of the humanities faculty. So to me today, it represents a moment of full circle. At one point, I was like the colleagues, I don't want to say the students, the colleagues in the room, and from time to time, we would have a situation where we get exposed to certain people and certain spaces. But I must emphasize, DVC and Ntate Ndlovu, that the students that we have today are very blessed. And I will say blessed because I saw Dr. Chilombo Banda a moment ago, and she disappeared. She would recollect that, together with Mr. Musiane there at the back, that for us to have such an experience when we were students, DVC, it would mean we needed to have a bus that would pick up students from Mafikeng and would spend a whole week in Johannesburg, because the university was quite concerned with the abstract or theoretical component of academia and the imminent gap of the practical application of that theory. So we would spend weeks or at least days going to SABC, DSTV, Media 24. And I consider you colleagues very fortunate because today all you had to do was to come and show up. And plaudits to you, Ntate Ndlovu, as well as you, DVC. Much appreciated for that. Colleagues, we are now into the first session. which talks to sustainable funding models for community and independent media. So in this discussion, we will be examining diversified revenue platforms or models. Ntate Ndlovu has touched on that, including subscription economies, philanthropic grants, strategic corporate advertising, which I think is a big issue for this particular sector, because it would appear, quote unquote, that there exists competition between community media and mainstream media. And we'll also discuss fiscal resilience strategies, which are quite important because community media fall in the realm of the Northwest Media Awards. They are registered as non-profit generating entities. And therefore, one asks themselves, how do they pay for the electricity, for the telephone lines, for the upkeep of studios, for the stipends, for the journalists to go to the field and to gather the information? So that becomes quite pivotal in the discussion that we're going to have. But critical to that, the long-term sustainability of the sector. So in our panel, as Mr. Ndlovu has said, we will start with a brief profile of the boss of other bosses, Mr. William Baloyi. He is the deputy spokesperson of the South African government. In actual fact, just so that colleagues have an understanding, when you talk about cabinet matters, so that there is a clear distinction, Ntate Baloyi is one of the first people to know. And when you talk about cabinet, you talk about decisions that are made by the head of the state, more often than not, that would then be communicated by the GCIS. So Ntate Baloyi is from that particular office and has been in the space for quite a long time. He plays an important role in public information management, stakeholder engagement, and media relations, helping communicate government programs, policies, service delivery initiatives to citizens with clarity, professionalism, and integrity. And I might add, from time to time, the particular office that Ntate Baloyi comes from will always deal with issues of national interest. Colleagues would remember that during the passing of the former statesman, it was the official communique from the Office of the President that confirmed such. So issues of national interest that have a wider impact on the public, more often than not, you'll have them come from his office. And then in our panel also we have Dr. Kate Skinner, Director from the Association of Independent Publishers. It would be interesting to hear her views regarding the challenges particularly facing community newspapers, because we are now living in the age of social media and digitization. She is the Director of the AIP, which is South Africa's largest independent community media print and online membership body. That is committed to, and she's a committed, in fact, media freedom activist since the advent of democracy. She has also played a pivotal role in the launch of the SOS coalition. There was a lobby group at one point that was established to deal with the challenges that were plaguing the SABC. Colleagues would remember that at one point the SABC was playing 90% of local music for quite a while, and more worryingly, the then COO DVC had issued a directive that the SABC will broadcast nothing but happy news. So if there's a service delivery protest, there's a fuel hike, you're not going to see that. So the SOS then was established not necessarily to counter what was happening, but to remind the SABC of its public broadcast mandate, which key to its foundation is to ensure that news that is broadcast, whether on TV or on radio, it's fair, it's balanced, and reflects the reality on the ground. As she's also served as Executive Director of the South African National Editors Forum, SANEF, and played a role in establishing the Digital News Transformation Fund, which secured about 114 million in Google funding to strengthen small and medium-sized publishers across South Africa. And then we also have Lethabo Dibeto, who is the Sector Development and Training Manager at the Media Development and Diversity Agency, MDDA. The MDDA is a body that has been established through an act of parliament to provide support on the whole to all community media platforms, whether it's television, radio, or newspapers. And Mr. Lethabo is committed to advancing media diversity, strengthening community and small commercial media, while promoting access to information across South Africa. Through his work, he supports sustainable media initiatives, capacity building, and sector transformation, and he's recognized for his contribution to empowering independent voices encouraging innovation and helping create opportunities for emerging media platforms. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, that is our panel. So we will then give our panel an opportunity to make presentations, and from which we will then have discussions, colleagues, and most importantly, we will have an opportunity to ask questions. And I will want to echo that sentiment of note-taking, so that by the time we get to the questions, all of the issues that you would have wanted to talk to are well pointed, they don't meander, and when we ask pointed questions, it then enables us to take as many questions as possible. So without any further ado, I shall call to the podium Mr. William Baloyi, who will have a presentation for about 20 minutes. Mr. Baloyi.
Program Director, thanks for the rumors that you were saying. Let me first acknowledge the representative of this beautiful institution, University of Northwest, the Mahikeng campus, for first availing the venue for this important aspect of our lives. Let me also thank the organizers, Ndate Ananias, for this initiative. I know that I normally call him an activist when it comes to issues of community media. And an activist, you do reach a certain time and stage in life when we said you have worked. And I'm tempted to say that the Ananias and all activists in the media, community media sector, that I think this year heralds the era where we are going to say you have worked. I'll explain later. I acknowledge also the fellow panelists. Believe it or not, there are activists on their own. I want to, in particular, acknowledge Kate Skinner. You know, when they say an activist who doesn't even dare to go on and take a bull by its horn is Kate Skinner. I've known her for many years in the same field that she is championing. And I'm happy that what she has been championing will come to fruition, as I think I'll touch on it. My colleague from MDDA, thank you very much. The rumors that are there, I was also once acting CEO at MDDA in terms of looking at the licensing of your community media, especially on the radio component. Thank you very much for coming. My brother, thank you very much. As the rumors were flying around, my name is William Baloyi, who happens to be the mouthpiece of government. And as I'm standing here, believe it or not, the program director, Kay, the bosses that I report to, they know that I'm here. We came back from Lesotho yesterday, where we're opening that important bridge, Senqu Bridge, that's going to link with the dam, that is going to address the challenges that we are having in our country of water. Many people don't know that South Africa is a water-scarce country. Although we are bordered by both the Indian and the Atlantic Ocean, but we don't have a well-established desalination process that can take that water to here. If maybe those who want to know when we talk about the desalination process, look at what is happening in the Middle East. They are surrounded on the sides by the ocean, Hormuz Strait, and so forth. They rely on desalination to have water. As we speak, those plants have been decimated. They have been destroyed, which affects their ability to have water. So in South Africa, we are still so fortunate that Lesotho, the highest component, they harvest water through the mountains the natural way. That is the water that you consume, mostly in Gauteng That is the water that moves through your Vaal River. That is the water that most of the people, when you go to Johannesburg and so forth, you get it. As a landlocked country, Lesotho is quite important in providing us water. So yesterday, hence the president was there to further establish the existing diplomatic relations and economic tie-ups that we have in Lesotho. But I did explain to them that there is no way in which I'm going to miss this. And coming here, it's not easy. Kate, I'm not sure what time did you pass. From Zeerust, it's before Zeerust. It's raining cats and dogs, heavy. And you have your stop and goes. But I said to myself, if we are going to meet the communicators, that we have to be. Why? Because communication is so important. Imagine if we're unable to communicate. And communicate goes beyond voices and languages. Hence, you'd find a Chinese married to a black South African. And you ask yourself, who was saying who to who? Because in China, you don't know even how to say I love you, right? So that shows the importance of communication. But now, communication itself has its own carriers and platforms. And I'm happy I can recognize, as a person who's interested in communication, when you comment it, I always watch. Thank you very much. You add into that discourse. So it is important that we should be interested in communication as a science. Communication is a science. I know Keith will touch on it maybe, where people say there is a death of journalism. To me, that is a narrow approach of what communication and journalism is. What we should be doing is what Ananias was talking about. Do we adapt to how communication changes? That's quite important. I brought in an iPad so that I can be like others. But I grew up in an era where there were no iPads. I grew in an era where there were no computers. We were using, the papers and so forth. But because we accepted to adapt, hence we are able to today go through it. So all those who are saying journalism is dying or communication, I differ with them. It's them who are dying because they cannot adapt with the changes that are coming. Are we in agreement there? Yes. And you are the ones who must defend that. If you look at today, anyone who has a smartphone can be a news disseminator, right? Although we are disrupted by misinformation and disinformation. Then which says to all of us who are interested in communication, in the art of communication, how do we adapt to make sure that the news reach the people? I always argue with the team that I work with. Government, we have gone on something that we call a segmentation model. A segmentation model which you can Google, you'll find it in the GCIS website. We were looking at South Africa's history has created an unequal society because of our own history. There are people that have advanced communication-wise. There are people that have access to instruments of communications, but there are those that are still at the back. And that segmentation model, we were putting all those people looking at the areas and to say, how do we reach all sectors? Your gogo at Mhlabuya Lingana there, where there is not even reception. But at the same time, the person who is in Johannesburg or Pretoria. So that model on its own assisted us. And it was also scientific because we visited those areas to check how do they consume the news, but also to say, what is it that we're going to do to make sure that they're in the mainstream? Amongst others, I think some of you might have been aware of a newspaper that was used to be called Vuku Zenzel. That's a government newspaper, right? It used to be a physical paper. I don't think Lina Mumafikeng in Northwest, you still have it. Is it still there? No, but it's online. But when you go to the outlying areas of South Africa, we still produce it even in the languages of those people. We still deliver it to them. So that was the outcome of the segmentation model that we're talking about. And that is something that should open your vistas if you are interested in communication. To say, do I go with the flow in the mainstream, or do I look at the setting of where I have to talk to? If you decide to say, I want to do a research on how government talk to the elderly, whose history some of them have never even said hello to a principal of a primary school, let alone at a crèche, because they were not there. That can be your focus area, and when you come, you share it with us. It also helps into adding into the bigger picture of communication. So communication is a science. That's why I'm saying you are very, very much important people that are going there. Others might not see it that way. Currently, we have the prevalence of podcasts. When people say journalism is dying, they start quoting the issue of podcasts and so on. But you still need the basics tenets of that. If you look at how the war in the Middle East, firstly, let me talk about the war in Ukraine and Russia, how it was reported. People didn't even, those were serious sometimes. They didn't follow what the media was saying. Because the media is not innocent. Never. Never. You know the simple adage that the one who pays the piper calls the tune, right? Let me give you an example of what happened on record. Before the US took a decision to assist in Ukraine, there is somebody who's in the office of former President Joe Biden. He happened to have been in the office of the mayor of Atlanta, Andrew Yang, when we visited, where Coke is made. So we have established a relationship. I know him quite well. Then he said to me, we are going to announce this thing because we talk on a regular basis. He said, but we must first talk to our allies in Europe. I said, what do you mean? He said, so that what we say as the US, the allies in Europe, all of them are going to see it the same way. So do you see where now the truth dies, gets compromised? So, and when you read all those papers, you say, no. Why all the papers are saying this? It should be true. But only to find that is the truth the way people want it to be. I think he will tell you when he was growing up that they used to say, others will say, the bester said the scaveng is first put and mensdom gebruik. But the question is, what is the way that you used to? So, what other people then realized, they said, because the truth is compromised, we are going to put the truth in the gadgets. Hence, if you follow on your podcasts, follow Professor Sheima, McGregor, there are a lot of people. They will give you daily events of what is happening there. And I said to the people that we challenged, last I was in the Northern Cape, I said, why don't you localize that same thing? You tell us what is happening in Northern Cape through your own direct experience, because we are going to believe you, we are going to follow you more than others. And I'm happy, Ananias, to report that one of the student journalists who was unemployed and very frustrated after doing a diploma in journalism and saying there's no work is the one who has given us the story of teenage pregnancy in Northern Cape, particularly Kimberley. And that lady on her podcast was also relating the activities over the weekend to say mostly when it's Saturday and Sunday, that's where you have young girls. They just get dressed nicely and watch, but they don't have money. And they go to places of entertainment. Surely there's going to be something. So we divided into prevalence of GBV, how GBV manifests itself. But we look at teenage pregnancy as that. And we are now using her as part of the broader media thing. So I think that's what Ananias was also saying. But perhaps maybe let me come into why the topic that I have to speak on. I thought maybe I need to give that context first so that you should understand how important you are. And I'm happy to see so many of you inside here, because it further confirms that from here, unfortunately or fortunately, I'm a person who works on practicals. I think from here, we'll be able to follow some of you, giving us the stories of what's happening in your campus, not only through the campus radio station, but through your regular podcasts, especially when you come back from dining hall, you don't know what to do in your own room. That's where you can put on content and so forth. So those are some of the practicals that will make us to trace that there is a person worth following in Northwest. This person always give us this news. And as government, we rely on normal community news. And those are the issues that is a reflection of why we have this session, because we are focusing on community media. You see, they say a mind and an umbrella have one thing in common. They are useful when they are open. Otherwise, they increase our burden. So we must open our minds so that we are very useful. Kate will tell you that we have been engaging, and she has been quite fierce on that, in terms of saying government is paying lip service to assisting community media. They've been fighting that, including Ananias. Hence, he put the title of that book, which I still one of those people who's seriously concerned about it. But it's a title that pushes us, because we quoted it, Ananias, when we completed the report that I'm going to refer to. If you go, you check in 2009, the issue of community media was there. Always lip service, Kate. But you look at when Parliament was starting also the issue of the acts separately. It was there, but there was nothing tangible that was happening. But fast forward. After our engagement with different sectors, including Kate, she made quite a huge contribution in that, your Ananias. We sat down and we said, Cabinet has been paying lip service. Let's make sure that there is direct implementation of how to boost the community media sector. But maybe from the academic side, I can also confess that why we were able to speed up this process was that once the mainstream media started to suffer, you know, there is a shrinking of editorial houses, né? Very, very few. Then main companies that own the media started to go and purchase and buy your community media, especially your knock and drops, your so forth. They started to buy them, most of them. And we were worried as government to say, what does that mean? Because if you don't have access to a means of information dissemination, you must know that you can't tell your story the way you want. They will tell the story on your behalf. Hence, you saw in Europe, they were quite smart. When they started the Ukraine-Russia war, they closed the channel of Russian TV on DSTV. You know that, right? They've closed it. You know why? Because it was going to say the alternative truth to what they want to deliver. So that is the importance. And now we want community media to tell the stories of your ordinary communities. If you look at the mainstream media, very few, we challenge, we interact with the SABC, Newsroom Africa, and ENC on regular basis to say that only you report on community stories, only when it's a bad story. Because, you know, in the media industry, they believe if it doesn't bleed, it doesn't sell. So we said, what is the best way? We can't pay lip service to that. We should make sure that we encourage community media by putting money where our mouth is. So in short, Ananias, I can today report that we are done with the process of consultation, Kate. We consulted all the provinces on the media buying component. Although the training is what we are still going to engage with you, we did the one in Northern Cape as a thing. Cabinet is going to sit on the 6th of May. We are submitting a policy, a media buying policy, that we are done with it, Kate. In that media buying policy, thank you very much. You know that? It's Eddie. Now, that media policy, we are making it compulsory that each and every DG, a Director General of any department, in their performance contract, they sign that they are going to spend 30% of their media buying on community media. That is going to say. Why? Because then it is going to become a performance contract that they are going to be judged at the end of the financial year. That have you spent 30% of your advertising on community media? Because before then, it was just a wish. So this time it's going to be on their performance contract. All the departments that have been presented to Cabinet, all the departments of government are going to, after this policy, spend on community media 30% of their advertising. Yes, we are going to engage with the provinces, but this policy also affects the provinces. But there are issues that I'm going to raise, and that is also out of my own experience at MDDA. Sometimes we complain about community media that we don't help them. But the question is, do they align with what is wanted of them? I'll give you an example. You find that now there are processes that says when you register a community radio station, there must be a board and there must be, I think he knows better than I do, whether every year or so forth. There must be those things. You find that now I am the husband, I'm the station manager, my wife is the whatever programmer, my daughter is the financial. We don't change for years and years. We don't comply. So the issue of compliance, it's here. But we are taking it as GCIS to say we would go and community media practitioners to say this is how you account also for tax. This. And government is going to lead in advertising in you, apart from your private sector. So as government, you will be able to hold us responsible to say, but you said you would assist us with advertising. We already have line up projects that we want to bring them on board, Ananias, starting from June, where we are going to advertise in your news outlets. That's why we are already following those that are having your podcasts that talk about community issues, to say then, how do we do ambush marketing and advertise in your podcast, where then we will be also trained to say, how do you do that? But to avoid the issue that each and everyone can say, I'll go to podcast, we would take those who are aligned with a particular platform, media platform. If you are aligned with Naledi Media, we know that when we put an advert of SASSA on Naledi Media, we say we want to advertise the dates for SASSA recipients. Then we go through that. When we want to advertise, we know the specifications of your community radio stations. We want to advertise. We'll also check for compliance. So, Kate, I want to make a plea that in terms of an Ananias, that for compliance purposes, start to assist those who have subscribed to you in terms of compliance. I know Kate is very strong on the magazine side, and nothing is going to replace a magazine. I know most people are saying, no, we are now going digital and so forth. But it's even the copy, it's still, Kate, it's still there. It's going to be there forever. So those are the issues that, in terms of compliance, we were requested by Cabinet that we should come and train you. Now, training for community media was not an easy thing. Hence, and don't blame me for that, we had to interact with Canada in terms of the directives on the management of communications. Why? Because you go to Canada, they consume their news more on their community media than the national media. That's why even the budget, when you are on the national media there, it doesn't make you automatic, attractive to advertisers. Unlike in South Africa, we want to advertise on your mainstream media. So you have to start making people to own their communities. I was there the other day, and I was shocked that a mayor lost his seat because of 10 minutes delay of removing snow. I said, not in my country. We'll go to social media and complain. So why? Because community media is so important. So each and every community relies on, in Toronto, they rely on their community media to know what is happening in their area. They were able to tell that we are running late to work because it's 10 minutes, that thing that removes snow is delayed. And the mayor was told to resign. So that is the importance and the strong character of community media. Hence, we want you to start reporting on your own community media, so that community news, so that we are able to follow them. There are many stories that I can tell you that were broken by the community media sector in Mpumalanga. The story that we hear now of 3 bodies that were covered was sent to us by a community media practitioner. Said, I have this platform in my village, is this village, there is this story, 3 bodies are found here. We took that story, we gave it to the law enforcement agencies. They found it, then it was given to the mainstream media. So the mainstream media is running with it today, but it was broken 2 days ago by a community media. And I was worried to say, that person has done the story, but is not going to get anything. And then we refer them to SASA. Then SASA told me yesterday, Ananias, that they've said this community platform, we're going to use it for SASA outlets and so forth and so on. So that's how you start. And that's what I think Ananias was also emphasizing. So the last one that I want to talk about is the issue of communication policy in government, although it might not affect you. I think the academics can talk about that when they give commentary. And it's for students to also do research on it. It's quite a good topic for you. The advent of the GNU, the communications implications of government of national unity. You find that now, I am a minister. My party stands for a particular ideology, but I'm in the GNU. There is a government-wide policy. But when I speak what attracts my party. We have been confusing communities. You go to communities, they say, no, Minister so-and-so said this. And then the other one said this. Then it was becoming a nightmare. And we quickly did our research. And we composed a policy that governs the GNU. I'll give you a practical example that you might not have realized. It went to cabinet, they kicked it out. They kicked it out because it became now a contestation of what my party stands for. We insisted. Until on the 25th of October last year, it was approved. Now, it is very, very interesting. I would want those who are interested in that to go and check it. I think we have posted it. It has now said, even if you belong to Party X, once you are in government, you are not a minister of your party, you are a minister of government. And you are going to speak through one line. That one line is GCIS, which I happen to represent. If you look at what used to happen during your State of the Nation address, your budget, after the president has pronounced, a member, a leader of a party who's a GNU will speak against that thing and say, we are not happy as my party. But that person is part of the GNU. That State of the Nation address speech was approved at cabinet. It was creating problems. So you might go and check the last one if there were such. No. We were leading centralizing communication as government. And once the president has spoken, they can only expatiate on their line departments. That's what is important in that policy, Prof. It says every minister can only speak on his line departments. For example, if Minister Mackenzie belongs to the PA, what he must articulate is the line of his department, which is Arts, Sports and Culture. He's even having a press briefing as I'm speaking to you now at Freedom Front. Then you have Minister Khabisa, who's the leader of the IFP, but he's the Minister of COGTA. He can speak on issues of COGTA. You have Minister Patricia de Lille. She's the Minister of Tourism, but also is a leader of Good Party. When she speaks, she'll speak only on issues of tourism, so that you don't confuse. You have Minister Ngoncho, who's the Minister of PAC, the leader of PAC, but is the Minister of Rural and Land Affairs. He must speak on, so that you don't cause, all those conflicts. So that is something that is very important, and I thought I would speak to it. So in terms of the processes going forward, we'll share with Ananias of what is going to happen now for you to start, those who are practitioners inside here, registering properly, meeting the SARS thing. But where you have a challenge, Ananias will call us, will come with a team. So I'm looking forward to participating. And Chair, thank you very much. My apologies. I'm paid to speak. And so once I have a mic, I don't stop. Thank you very much.
A warm round of applause for Ntate Baloyi. Thank you so much. It is for that particular reason that I started standing up, Ntate Baloyi, at the risk of us delaying the next session. We will now call to the podium Mr. Thabo Dibeso from MDDA. It's 3 minutes after 11, so we will give him an opportunity to make a 20 minutes presentation. And as soon as I start standing up in Ntate Dibeso, just know that you are on a yellow card. A round of applause.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I think just please allow me to just say all protocol observed in case I miss the important people. Let me also just maybe start off by congratulating the organizers of this conference, for successfully putting together this conference despite the challenges that Mr. Ndlovu alluded to earlier. The creative media industry in SA is a billion-dollar industry, and I hope that this conference going forward will not only be able to be a space for thought leadership, collaboration, cross-industry collaboration, and a breeding ground for new ideas, but will also be able to secure its fair share of the billion-dollar industry. And let me also then just lastly extend my gratitude to the University of Northwest for the support given to Mr. Ananias and his team, Ningadina Lekamuso. As Ntate Baloyi said, when the rumors were being spread, my name is Lethabo from the Media Development and Diversity Agency. I lead the Sector Development Research and Outreach Unit, which is one core function of the MDDA, which is part of the non-financial support that we offer. Okay. In terms of our strategic overview, there are sections that I will skip because of time constraints, but also they are not the most important parts for today's presentation. But the core pillars that inform our strategic objective is Section 16 of the Constitution, which guarantees everyone has the right to freedom of expression. So, Ananias, when you are then asked why you're still in community media, over and above passion, please remind them of that important section, because community media not only enables access to information, but also enables access to information in mother tongue, which then ensures that we have informed and engaged citizenry. Section 2 of the Constitution, again, everyone has a right to access information. Section 15, subsection 1, everyone has the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. And I think as media practitioners, our role is to ensure that we produce diverse content and diversity in terms of gender, subject matters that are covered, and also just the voices that we bring to the fore on our platforms. Legislative frameworks that inform the work that we do. The first important act is the MDDA Act of 2004. Should I take it out? Okay. Thank you. The MDDA Act of 2002, which promotes media development and diversity, and then sets out the work that we do. As I said, there are two components to the work that we do, is the financial support, and I'll get into that later, and also the non-financial support, which includes training and research. Another important act is the ECA Act, which governs broadcasting and ICT legislation in the country. For why it's important to us is that the community radio stations and the community TV stations that we support must be licensed by ICASA. If they are not licensed by ICASA, then we would not be able to support. So we are creatures of statute. Unfortunately for now, we aren't able to support online radio stations or podcasts because the current legislative climate is not conducive to that. There are then other overarching legislations that we also adhere to that assist us in implementing our mandate. I will skip that. It's just the vision, mission of organization, which is accessible on our website. There are then a few other pillars that inform our mandate. The first one being we create an enabling environment for media development and diversity that reflects the needs and aspirations of all South Africans. And I think that Tebaloy touched on that in his presentation. Encouraging ownership and control and access to media by historically disadvantaged communities, as well as historically diminished indigenous languages and cultural groups. So our mandate is to ensure that in at least one province there is a community radio station or community publication that we have supported, and we ensure that there is not over-representation of the English language in the media space. So in the Northwest currently, the two projects that I will use radio station and project interchangeably, but the two stations that we are currently supporting is Gauteng FM, and we had a grantee orientation workshop yesterday which they attended, and also Mafikeng FM. But we've also then supported a few other community radio stations and also publishers. Northwest on Sunday is one of those publications that we have supported. Importantly as well is around raising public awareness regarding media development and diversity issues. One of the ways we do that is the research work that we do, but also the outreach element of the work that we do. So we work with the projects that we fund and also members of the community in teaching or equipping community members with knowledge and skills on one, the importance of online safety and becoming good digital citizens, and that's largely targeted at young people, but we know also adults fall onto the wrong side of the internet, so we also then would equip them with those skills, and also then just importance of knowing how to consume media. This presentation I hope will be shared, so I'll skip all the other parts as well. In terms of the subject matter today, why sustainability matters for us as an organization, sustainability is not just about financial survival. It speaks to the ability of the CSCM. So CSCM refers to community and small commercial publishers, to adapt, grow, and remain relevant in the ever-evolving media landscape, one that is increasingly shaped by digital disruption, shifting consumer behavior, and economic pressures. So the community media sector and the media sector do not operate in isolation of the broader challenges that the country is facing. One of the positions that we have as an organization is that actually print media is not dying, but the challenges that print media is experiencing, especially small commercial publishers, it's because of some of the structural challenges we have as a country, which one is the literacy levels in the country. So also then having access to a publication in a language of your choice then assists in addressing some of those challenges. Key pillars of sustainability for us is the financial sustainability, ensuring that community media and media houses have diversified revenue streams, sound financial management, and reduce dependence on grants over time. So one of the things that we also do is to try and ensure that we don't have repeat applicants, because if you then have the same grantee or organization coming back every year applying for grant, that means that there's a challenge in the system, and that needs to be corrected. And part of our sustainability model that we have developed is to try and also address those challenges. Issues of operational sustainability, building efficient systems, skilled teams, resilient business models that can withstand industry changes. One of the biggest challenges in the sector as well is that the sector relies on volunteers. Most of the people who work in some of these organizations don't necessarily have qualifications that speak to media. So one, they wouldn't know, for example, what the five W's and H mean. So we then have to train on some of these areas so that they are well acquainted with what it means to be a journalist, what ethics means, etc. We also then have the issue of founder syndrome, which was what Latebalo was speaking to. Because somebody initiates the process of establishing a community radio station, then they feel that they're entitled to being a long-standing board member or a long-standing board chairperson. They then bring in family members to also become board members. None of those board members have skills on governance and compliance, which then creates a problem for us in the event that they get a grant from us because they are unable to manage the funds that we give them. One of our requirements as an organization is that once we give you money, you must have a separate business account, a bank account from that of the project originally has. We also then don't allow swiping on those accounts. So when projects then give feedback on expenditure of their first tranche, you'll see Top Spa, McDonald's, Tiger Wheel and Tire on the bank statement. And this occurs repeatedly, despite also having regular governance and compliance workshops in the organization. Touch on governance and compliance, content relevance and audience engagement, very important. Content is the core business for media organizations. And it's important that the organizations have content that not only reflects what's happening in their communities, but also content that appeals to the different groups within that specific community. Audience measurement for the sector continues to be a challenge. BRC, the broadcasters for the longest time have had issues with how BRC is the BRC methodology they use for community radio. They claim or put forward that the figures are inconsistent. You still get audience figures for radio stations that have been off air for the past 10 years. So we have been engaging BRC for the longest time to see how we can come up with a better methodology for audience measurements. In the past financial year, we had a contract with ABC, the Audit Bureau of Circulation, where they were able to then issue circulation certificates for community publishers, and these are community publishers from the different sector bodies, the AIP being one of the sector bodies that is being led by Kate. There's then also the issue of environmental sustainability. A lot of the publishers still print physical publications, and that then has impact on issues of environmental sustainability.
The second challenge is around outdated legislative environment, and that makes it a challenge for us as well as an organization to for one, support platforms like podcasts. So the first challenge being, so in September 2020, you had a cabinet approval of the draft white paper on audio-visual content services. In July, between July and August 2023, you had another iteration published of the same white paper. Also, just to mention that the white paper emanates from a process that started around 2012 when Dina Kule was the Minister of Communication. At that time, I think I was around 24, 25. And it is only in 2020 when we actually had a policy that speaks to how that envisions broadcasting and it's now adapting to the technological changes in the sector. And to date, it's still in draft format. And we're still waiting then for the DCBT to finalize the white paper and then take it through the processes which are consultations, taking it to Parliament, and then eventually having an overarching policy for the broadcasting sector, which then would then allow us as the MDDA to go back to the MDDA Act and revise it to say the sector has changed. We cannot conceive of broadcasting as just a radio station that has a license from ICASA. There are podcasters, we need to be cognizant of that. We then have to think about how we fund these new platforms as an organization. So the dated or outdated legislative environment creates policy uncertainty, finalizing bills or legislation that speak to the work that we do. The delay also impacts on ICASA because it has to revise or draft new regulations to give effect to policy amendments to the ECA. Remember I said the ECA is one of the other acts that inform our mandate. It also then states, one of the things it states is that commercial broadcasters must contribute 0.5% of their profits to the MDDA for the development of community media. And this is the funding that we use to then support the commercial broadcasters, the community broadcasters. There is currently no policy or legislation that speaks to the development and sustainability of the print and independent publishing sector, meaning that as government as well, we are then complicit in writing the obituary of the print sector. So there must be then a proactive development of legislation. There have been several missed.
Which mic? The mics for radio here. That we can.
Oh, okay.
All right, sorry. So there are also missed opportunities to ensure legislation that compels the commercial publishers to contribute towards the development of grassroots media. So Tatebalo again spoke about this, the new policy that would be submitted to commit government expenditure on community media platforms. But a missed opportunity as well, I think for me, was around 2016, 2017, when the FPB was reviewing its act. And I think that was an opportune time for the MDDA and also just the community media sector to lobby for a section in those amendments that could have enabled for commercial publishers to contribute to the development of grassroots media.
The second challenge then to sustainability in the sector or in the media space is the DTT delays. Delays in finalizing the digital terrestrial TV migration have wide-ranging implications for the South African community media sector. The first one is financial strain and sustainability challenges. So because we haven't fully migrated to DTT, and this migration was supposed to have been completed around 2012, and on the continent, I think the countries that have fully migrated is Namibia, Tanzania, and I think Kenya is also fully migrated. But also some of these countries just piggybacked on digital platforms of commercial service providers. But it means that broadcasters have to carry the cost of dual illumination. So broadcasting using the traditional ways and also the new ways, which means a lot more cost for signal transmission. And we know that there are challenges for the community media sector in terms of signal distribution costs. And the community media sector does not have deep pockets for that. The second challenge is it then exacerbates the inequality between the commercial and community broadcasters. And then lastly, reduce audience reach and advertising potential. And this is a problem because initially when the DTT process was being promulgated, and we were with Kate and at SOS and Media Monitoring Africa, the decision was that community broadcasters would be put on multiplex too. This would allow them to still be community-orientated broadcasters. They would have access to a wider audience, but they would also then be able to better segment the audiences they reach. And that hasn't happened. So they haven't been migrated to multiplex 2. That means that they are losing potential revenue and gaining new audiences. Digitization is another issue to sustainability. As I said, that the media space does not operate in isolation of the challenges that we face. Internet connection is one of those challenges, and some of the provinces that still have low internet penetration figures include Limpopo, Northwest, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. So when we then speak of digitizing the community media sector, we must also be cognizant of some of these challenges, and then must always then advocate for hybrid models and up until these challenges are sorted. The issue of data costs also makes it difficult for community media to access new audiences on these platforms. Another challenge is professionalizing the sector. One of those challenges is around governance and compliance. A lot of community media organizations still don't have standard operating procedures. We have the board chairperson who has access and controls the bank account of the organization, and some stations struggle to even buy simple things like toilet paper, where they have to call the board chairperson to get money to buy toilet paper. Issue of policies as well, adhering to the press code and the broadcasting code. We are finalizing an MOU with the Press Council, which will then enable the MDDA to pay membership fees on behalf of the community media sector to the Press Council. It then also has an element of training where the Press Council will train community media on the importance of ethics, and then misinformation and disinformation. High operating costs, signal distribution fees are high. The printing and distribution costs are high for the sector as well, and the lack of diverse revenue streams. Let me just rush to our sustainability models. So our sustainability model is informed by 7 pillars. One is technology, digital information, and signal distribution. So we support broadcasters in terms of signal distribution costs. We pay directly to Centec. We also have a digital unit that trains community media sector on web development, Google Analytics, and how to capitalize on that. In fact, one of the successful projects that we have currently is Bondol and Times in the Eastern Cape, who've managed to have a hybrid models where they have a good online presence, are able to access diversified audience through platforms like WhatsApp, but also then still print a physical newspaper for those who prefer to do it old school. The second pillar is corporate governance and compliance. We've touched on that. Pillar 3, content generation and professionalizing the sector through skills and capacity. This is where then our unit comes in, where we train media practitioners from these organizations on different skills, including marketing, etc. Pillar 4 is transformation of the print media sector, and that element is led by the colleagues from the GCIS, who are working on the acting DDG. Sandy Lenele is working with in a number of organizations that will enforce the implementation of the BEE codes. Pillar 5, consolidating government support, and Pillar 6, audience measurement. I think I'll leave it at that because I've chowed a lot of your time. But yeah, we'll make this presentation available. Thank you.
As I was standing next to Mr. Dibiso, it then dawned on me why, before I get to why something popped into my mind. How many people in this room are addicted to talk radio? Talk radio. Talk radio. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So everybody else is Mapiano and Bacardi. All right. So the reason why I'm talking about talk radio is because I listen to it quite a lot. When a news presenter wants to deal with you as a guest, they will then say, can you just answer in 30 seconds? So whatever you say, confine it to 30 seconds. So as I was sitting next to Tadele, I'm imagining myself interviewing him, and then on my monitor I see my list of adverts. Most probably after this interview, my job would be smoked. Because he would have just gone on and on and on. And I think it talks to the skills base and the passion for why we are here. And I think for me, it's an appreciation. Not that you're taking too much of our time, but the fact that you are knowledgeable and you are quite good at what you do. A round of applause. As we move along, I forgot to mention that we are joined online by Leanne Kunz, who is the head of fund from the Digital News Transformation Fund. And I've been advised by those that are giving me orders that at least for this segment, we need to put her on first. And we will save best for last when Dr. Kate Skinner comes thereafter. So Liz Kunz, Leanne Kunz, in fact, is a respected media executive and a digital transformation leader in our country. She's head of fund at Digital News Transformation, and she helps in strengthening independent publishers through innovation, sustainability, and supporting them through their growth. She has been head of editorial at IG Group and a former station manager at Dex FM, and she brings leadership across media and strategy, and has a master's in business management, and has won 18 South African Radio Awards. And she joins us virtually on the line. She was supposed to be with us, but unfortunately due to circumstances beyond her control, she is now joining us remotely. Leanne, good morning. Leanne? Oh, I'm getting an indication that she's still being connected, so she should be with us shortly. I hope colleagues have put in some good note-taking, and I think from Dr. Dibito's presentation, maybe just food for thought in that individual as you are going to respond later on regarding the governance and status of community radio station. I'm quite aware that there is an emerging trend, quote unquote, where community members are advised to become part of a fan club or a concessionary group within the structure of a station, right? And from what I'm made to understand, when you pay a fee of sorts, you then get called to participate at decision-making meetings, which in my limited and little knowledge is contra what the policy says. But it's a trend that I have observed and it's starting to take root. And to your point, I would like to believe we are having the tiger and tiger situation because of such things. Because to the general meeting, everybody goes. But where important decisions are made about the running and management of this critical community platform, only a select few get to go and make their submissions, which are adopted as I would suppose official or legal agreements that then become impossible. So perhaps as we get to the Q&A, from where I'm sitting as an interested person in that particular space, is to understand if there's been shift in legislation that allows for that and what the rationale would be. Great stuff. So, Leanne, are you able to hear me? It appears that we would then have to get our tech issues sorted out. But in the meantime, it would then stand to reason to say perhaps let's have Dr. Kate Skinner to the platform whilst the colleagues are sorting out the connection, so that immediately thereafter then we'll have the course. And I don't know, Dr. Kate, would you prefer to, are you going to project? Oh yes. Okay, so we will be having another presentation with a projector being used. So in terms of the time, Dr. Kate will commence promptly at 11:35 for 20 minutes. At worst, it will be 25 minutes, Dr. Kate, so that we don't delay the program further. So we'll just have to connect the projector. It looks like we are ready to go. And I'm going to plead with you because I was able to understand you've got an online community. You present from here so that they can pick the audio on this microphone.
Sure.
Over to you.
So this one. Okay. So, just go back. So welcome everybody. Thank you so much, Ananias. Thank you so much to all the speakers that are here, all the dignitaries that are here. This is an absolute honor to be here today. I am the Executive Director of the Association of Independent Publishers, and to have one of our publishers, one of our veteran publishers, organize an amazing summit like this on something so important, such as sustainability, and also I want to say collaboration. Collaboration is so essential, and so the fact that you have got collaboration in the title, I think, is really critical. Sorry, where's the presentation? Suddenly disappeared. Sorry, people. So colleagues, just to go back one. So first of all, I want to just explain to everybody who the Association of Independent Publishers is, if you're not aware of it. But it's an organization that is based in South Africa. It organizes publications, so it's print, but also it's online. And we are the biggest independent print and online publisher in South Africa and in fact on the African continent. So our members are independent publishers based in townships, rural areas and small towns, covering news, business, arts, education, health, and more. So I want to just focus briefly on our mission and vision, because I think our mission and vision is so critical. And this goes straight and very, very importantly to the issue of sustainability. So we believe in media diversity and pluralism. We believe in inclusivity, accuracy, and integrity, media freedom at a grassroots level, and strength to independent voices. So, sorry. So first, what we need to do, and what I want to concentrate on, is a very important study that we did as AIP about the actual state of the community media sector. And I want to focus briefly on that because I don't think we can talk about sustainability if we don't have a true understanding of how incredibly difficult this environment is. So we did research in 2025, and we basically looked at the statistics of this independent sector. Now, as my colleagues have said on the panel, it is notoriously difficult to actually look at the sector and have a sense of what is happening, partly because publishers don't publish regularly, and the reason they don't publish regularly is not because they don't want to, it's because the environment is so tough. So that's the one issue. The second issue is that it's also tricky for us to understand what the digital presence of all of these different publications are. But we're starting to gather those statistics, and we have a sense that 83% of these publications do have a digital presence. We do know that we have approximately 200 publications and 170 publishers, and we know that we have 7.4 million people that do access that, which means that that is nearly 16% of South Africans aged 15 and over, which is large. Sorry. Okay. I want to very briefly just say that we put together a reader survey, and I just want to concentrate on the fact that readers reported accessing community news daily. The majority of people said that they trusted this information more than the information that they accessed by Google or Facebook. Content was practical and helpful, and that it looked at finding missing people, fixing community infrastructure, exposing corruption, and many of the most impactful publications operated at a small scale, showing that size is not necessarily the only measure of public value. Sorry. It's 60. Okay, thanks. So let's look at the struggle to survive. Despite this value, the sector is in financial crisis. The estimated total revenue across all AIP members is 64,851,271 per annum. This is an incredibly small amount of money for an entire sector. 44% of publications earn less than 100,000 per year, and on average, the industry operates at a loss of 12%. That is really significant if you're looking at the problems around the sector. Many rely heavily on volunteer labour, interns or part-time staff to survive. More than half of the publications have become less profitable over the past 5 to 10 years. Print advertising remains the dominant income source, but this is declining and print costs are rising. So there's efforts to monetize the digital audiences, but we are facing an uphill battle. And so that's the kind of crisis that we're looking at. Okay. Only 6.9% of total advertising revenue comes from online advertising. That is a tiny percentage. despite 83% of publishers having an online presence. So that gives you a sense of the crisis within the community media sector in terms of the independent publications. I suggested that you look at that particular report because it gives you such an interesting and important insight. So then we have the Digital News Transformation Fund, which Leanne Kunz will talk to in detail. And that is something that we as AIP basically we established it with Google. We got 140 million rand to assist with the digitization of the sector. And that has been, I think, hopefully going to be a massive game changer. That's a really significant amount of money, colleagues. So what I want to do now is just to touch on one final study, which I think is important. And this is a global study. And it came out very recently in 2026. And it looks at rebuilding local journalism at scale. And I think what is interesting about it is that it is an American study, but I think that the American local media sector is similar to us. We actually sent a whole lot of AIP publishers to the US, and we found incredible similarities there. And I think they're just a little bit ahead of us in terms of what they're doing in terms of building their local journalism. This is a very controversial study, colleagues, and so I think I'm putting these out here as a bit of a provocation. So the researcher was somebody called Elizabeth Hansen Shapiro. Basically what she stated is we've come to the end of a donor-funded individual experimentation in newsrooms. Some of those interventions have worked, but the challenges are now so systemic that we have to do something bigger. So what she looks at is saying that we need to look at a systems level response to solutions rather than just to individual newsrooms. She says that if you look at philanthropy and government input, it tends to be very time-bound and project-based, which lends itself to newsroom by newsroom solutions. She's saying that of course is important, that we have to do a lot more. But we've not, what she says, collectively looked at the field. And what we need to look at is scaled solutions, and we need to put money behind those. She says we need to take stock of the solutions that are working, and then we fund those ones that can be scaled. She says we have so many competing solutions out there that sometimes what it ends up doing is wasting philanthropic capital and government capital. So what you have to be prepared to do is to choose winners and to let some projects die, because that is the way that you're actually going to begin to develop the sector for the long term. Very controversial, colleagues, but I'm putting it out there. That is what the study said. She said we need to also particularly grapple with challenges around training. She's saying that, of course, we put in an incredible amount of money into training. Donors put in incredible amounts of money into training. So does government. She says particularly business training is an issue, because business training is difficult. People keep getting trained and they keep moving out of the sector to other media operations. So it's an endless cycle of training. So what does she suggest as a solution? She says, put more newsrooms under group umbrellas. She says, so business skills can be shared and retained, which I think is an interesting one, and I love, if we have the time, probably don't, but to get into those issues. She then says that what we need to do is consolidate the sector in terms of some of the publications and also the intermediaries. So she talks about consolidation, but also collaboration. And she says that when we look at the intermediaries, which basically are the industry bodies, the NGOs working in the sector, she's saying maybe what you have to do with some of them is fold them into one another. so that you and make sure that the people that are doing the work are the best in terms of those particular skills and support that they're giving. She also says, and this is, I'm coming to the end of my slides, she says, look at the audiences. The most important things that we need to do in terms of the sector is what do the audiences want and where do they want to get it from? That is the critical issue. And in fact, all funding should really be focused on that. So just my final notes. Why is this study interesting? And I think it's also to the point of the D&T Fund, which Leanne Kunz is now going to talk about. The study looked at where all of these insights came from was from an analysis of 559 funding requests for a large funding grant made by the organization Press Forward in the US in 2024. And what that meant was that there were some incredibly important and unique insights that came from on the ground. What this particular researcher did is she analyzed all of those funding requests, and from those funding requests came up with these ideas around working at the sector level, the issues around training, etc., etc. So I leave you with that. I leave you with that report. I'm wanting to be controversial. I'm wanting us to debate. And so thank you very much for listening. And just in terms of getting in touch with our organization, we have a wonderful office manager, Valent Schwarzschier. Please get hold of him. Please get hold of me as well. I'd love to discuss these issues further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kate. I don't know Afrikaans, but they say kort en bondig. I suppose that's it, right? A round of applause again. We are crossing thumbs, toes, legs. Hopefully we will be able to connect to Leanne, and we should then give her an opportunity to make a presentation thereafter. We will then get into the Q&A. So we're waiting for confirmation. Is she on the line? They say 2 minutes. Would that be mathematical 2 minutes or an African 2 minutes? Just so that you know how we are as South Africans. Yeah, there is the 2 minutes that will be on the clock and the other 2 minutes. So it's much like somebody says, I'm on my way. And my response to those things is, you are coming, but you are not arriving. So it's happening, but it's not. So I'm counting down, we are with a minute left. And thank you, Mr. Ndlovu. I'm getting feedback that our colleagues, friends, families are watching us live on the Northwest Media Awards Facebook page, and I've been receiving great feedback, as well as the colleagues from, is it the Portland Times? Yes, I saw their comment and products to say they appreciate the gesture and the work that is being done. Colleagues from technical are having a meeting, and I'm not sure if are we winning. Is it another 2 minutes? Okay, one African minute. Okay, so we must now make it another minute so that we know for certain if we can get here. Perhaps whilst we are waiting to get connected to Leanne, I do not know if the organizing team will kill me, but if they do, I hope to see all of you at my funeral, right? Right. So let us then perhaps start our discussion. I'm a bit worried with the fact that we are going to be delayed due to technical issues. So we might as well get into that segment, and I hope colleagues have noted questions and answers so that we then can get expert insights and advice from the panel. I've noted a few of mine, and perhaps to then ask, this is a very controversial issue, but I will have to ask it nonetheless. Maybe Dr. Bami, I must request first by you coming back to the chair so that the microphone moves with a bit of ease. Now, Dr. Bami says there has been a cabinet resolution where 30% of revenue will be directed to community media platforms. Now, the allegation that is normally there, Dr. Baloyi, as somebody in government communication myself, is that there is a pattern and a tendency for professionals, for entities, for departments to have preference of working with a particular service provider. Now, it's all good that government is going to legislate the 30%, but how do we then ensure that in the implementation of that cabinet resolution, there is transparency, there's equity, there is fairness, so that at the end of the process, you don't have one radio station arguing that for the last financial year, I might have gotten 3 adverts, somebody else is sitting with 42. So in terms of the legislative regime, when you look at equity, fairness, what's the position of government pertaining to that?
No, thank you very much. That's going into the core of this issue. Hence, I spoke about the segmentation model that we have done, so that we engage the departments. They are our customers. So, as you have indicated, most departments, they choose when they come to GCIS. They say, we want to advertise on this paper, on that radio, and on that radio. Hence, there have not been an appetite to advertise on community media. And out of that experience, we then realized that perhaps it should be in the performance area of the DG. To say that apart from you preferring a particular platform, but at the end of the financial year, 30% should have gone there. And that is what we thought it would assist us, because then each and every DG, when they discuss with their ministers on quarterly basis, they must show that they have advertised at community media. So yes, it will be a work in progress, but it's what we are going to push it. And secondly, when we submitted our reasons for this, we showed how a department will advertise wrongly. I'll give you an example. A radio station might be popular. When you look at its reach, it's 700,000. But just because it's popular, they ignore the one that might have 3 million listeners. Why? Because either it's not using the language that they prefer. And then we emphasize the issue of saying in South Africa we have 15 languages and all of them must be covered. So it's something that is a challenge to us. We will monitor it this year. I suspect next year we'll be able to give a feedback. However, some of the same questions that you're asking, I think you can also reserve it to the Deputy Minister in the Office of the President, Deputy Minister Kenny Morolo. I know he's scheduled to come tomorrow. So the President assigned him to make sure that he championed this issue of community media. So if it has been assigned to that level, and it's for the first time that it has been assigned to a Deputy Minister in the Presidency. So I'm not sure if there is any official who would want to risk his or her job by not adhering to that. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. A round of applause for that comprehensive response.
Now, Dr. Kate, although your presentation ended before time, and I think you are appreciating the pressure that we're under, one, having listened to the insights that you provided to this gathering this morning, I then asked myself if at all, like Mr. Barbe was saying, is it a far-fetched idea that one day we will wake up and there'll be no need for print media? And I say this because, as a former journalist myself, the kind of challenge that colleagues in the media space experience is the advent of social media and how it's used. There are many incidents that one can cite, including the recent shooting of a road rage incident in Johannesburg. Ordinarily, journalistic principles would dictate that you need to follow a particular route before you publicize the story. But with social media influencers and the fact that social media is generally not regulated, much like journalism is, then the big question begs, is there still room in our society for us to say, in the next 20 or 30 years, will we still have print publications, whether you get magazines or newspapers?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So I think the issue is that you will always need print media, but as one mechanism to get your audiences. My sense is, you might get to a point where you don't need it at all. And certainly, if you look at our members have wanted to go online, but because it's been so incredibly difficult to make money online, it's actually stopped them from moving. Because as we speak now, most of the advertising, even for somebody as innovative, say for instance as our publisher fund, who has put around times that in fact Lutabo was speaking about, she can't make money online in order to survive. And so I think so there's that. But also, I think it's very important to say that there are audiences that older audiences, but also interestingly young audiences as well, that still like to have a physical copy in their hands. And so I think what we need to look at is information coming to us multi-platform. But it's a very good question, and it is also something that is very controversial, because people keep on saying that you're a dinosaur. Why do you want to store your print? No, there's multiple reasons for print, as I've explained. Thanks.
I know I've asked a question, so I'd rather park it because I want to latch on to what Anania said at the beginning of the session, where he said when you look at community media and the important role that it plays in the society, the most hardest hit people are the people in the industry themselves. A common case in point would be, if you want to know a struggle of a radio presenter, go to any radio station on a weekend. So it turns out that if you do a graveyard slot, after your show you've got nowhere to go because you can't afford transport. So you have to sleep, leave the studios in the morning. Worst case scenario, you would work for a community radio station that's actually generating income, right? We do have an understanding that community radio stations are not employers in the real sense, right? But you have a situation where presenters volunteer, they are skilled, they grow the brand, but there is no incentive, to the extent that, to the point that he made, somebody ends up missing their show because they don't have taxi fare. Then the question begs, because the MDDA has an interest in this particular space, to what extent can you at least ensure that in terms of fairness, in terms of the labor of love, that those that are imparting have some certain level of protection, and we don't have a situation which is all too common in this country where actors say we are famous but we are poor.
Thank you. So we, as the MDDA, we are quite cognizant of the challenges that the sector faces. We know that in some organizations resources are limited. So one of the things we do is that, for example, when we have a training that's in person, we ensure that we pay for accommodation, we pay for transportation. if need be, we fly you to where the training is taking place. For those who decide to drive, we reimburse them for costs incurred. Because we understand that this is one of the same malapalegan. So we don't want to put them in a more precarious situation. We also have an open door policy where organizations that struggle to implement training for themselves can come to us, and we at times tailor-make training for them. One of the trainings that we were actually planning for next week was a training in partnership with Catholic FM. So we will be implementing that in next coming weeks, where there are challenges around labor. Some community members do come to us and report it. We have a strong relationship with ICASA, where we also report issues around labor, but also where there are instances of non-compliance around governance. So we are a caring organization, and we understand that there are challenges. We are always willing to go the extra mile to support the sector and members of the community as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What is wrong with the round of applause, colleagues? You shouldn't be intimidated. We'll be taking questions, and everybody who wants to have a bite just to deliver a critical point home. Please prepare your questions, keep them pointed, so that we can have as much as exchange as possible.
Thank you very much. Let me give a very typical example to support what Kate has said. We're under pressure to digitize many things. All the documents, we digitize them and so forth and so on. I don't know what's going to happen to terms like a Bible thumping priest. If the Bible is not there, what are they going to thump? I don't know, a cell phone. But because of hacking, cyber wars, cyber security, which other countries are so advanced in, as government, we experience that. They hacked some of the information. Imagine if it's only automated, you don't have the physical copies. So we had to go take the physical copies and check that the retracted information, when it was recovered, is it still the same or was it changed? That is another danger of everything digital. So I think it's a balanced approach. Hence, libraries are still quite important. I can tell you of people that still visit libraries for physical books to do research. Not to say they don't believe in this, but with these abnormalities that we are experiencing, cybercrime, and the issue also of misinformation, disinformation, it's quite important to check. Now the worst enemy has been IA. I think you are aware of IA, all of you, what it can do in changing things. And you cannot IA a book. AI. That you can. So it's a balanced approach that I think we have to look at as students. Those are some of the arguments that we have to put when we talk about information center. To say that is an information center. Can put a very strong argument that there must be also a section for your physical copies. That is there, in case your automated copies are compromised. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to be passing the mic, and that individual also wants to just hammer a certain point home.
Sorry. So the question you asked me reminded me of my varsity days. A book by Marshall McLuhan, The Medium is the Message. And I want to emphasize that it's very important as media practitioners that we strike a balance between the medium and the content. Journalistic principles will never be by the way. So influencers are not journalists. They are not trained in the craft of being journalists. They are not financial advisors. And that's why the FSCA has also taken the stance that
influencers that are going to give financial advice or promote certain products on their platforms, then they must be taken to task, they must be licensed as financial advisors. And perhaps that's one of the things that we need to consider as we think around legislation or policies that govern the broadcasting and communications industry. Given the challenges that the sector is facing, hybrid is very important, and again, Bonded Times is one of those examples. They, in fact, one of our grantees this year, and they are also establishing a printing hub where publishers in the Eastern Cape can then go to them and are able to print at a lesser cost as opposed to going to commercial printing organizations. And I think also we must just guard against being technological determinists. We know the challenges that we are facing in the country around internet penetration and access to cheap data. Broadband Infra is one of the organizations that have been tasked with rolling out ICT infrastructure, is struggling with that because of a number of issues. So yeah, I just wanted to add those few points. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think my takeaway is that there is a journalist and there's a social media influencer, and those are two separate entities. Thank you so much. Please.
I'm sorry to butt in, but I do think the issue around influencers is such an interesting one, because I do think that a lot of people do get their information from influencers. And if we ignore influencers and say, they aren't, that somehow other, journalists are the primary source of information, then we're wrong, because it's influencers and journalists, etc., etc. So one of the things that I think is very interesting is the idea that potentially influencers could also be members of the Press Council and actually sign ethics codes. Now, I think we've got to be thinking forward in terms of new ways. But if a lot of people are getting their information from there, then maybe we should start to say, let's draw influencers into our media houses because they know how to market and put their information out, and let's get those influencers to actually be ethical and potentially sign ethics codes with the Press Council. So I think those are the kinds of things we should be looking at. Thank you, Chair.
This issue is because of the facilitator. He activates our thinking. And that's why in universities, they talk about critical analysis. Critical means both sides. Influencers are good. But let me tell you. And I was arguing against the Department of Transport. They wanted to use influencers for safety, road safety. I said, it's very important to check what information or content you want to use an influencer. What if tomorrow is arrested for drunk driving? The same influencer I was talking about, your message is lost. But in commercial basis and selling of products, marketing products, I don't have a problem. But in certain aspects, you check which content you want an influencer to use. Critical, both ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have Leanne Kunz on the line. I hope she can hear me from where she's joining. Good afternoon, Leanne. Awesome stuff. We're having an audio issue from our side. I'm a bit worried about the colleagues in the room. We can hear you from where we are, but the volume is down. I don't know if you can just say something for certainty.
Sure, yeah. Can you hear me?
Awesome. We can now hear you. Because we've been having challenges here, we'll give you up until 20 past so that we are able then to take the much awaited Q&A from our audience members.
Sounds good. Perfect.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm not able to share my screen from this channel. Is there some way somebody can share the presentation?
The colleagues are trying to patch you onto a projector so that we can actually see the presentation.
Thank you. Shall I start in the meantime?
I think proceed and then we'll just confirm once we can see the presentation.
Perfect. All right. Well, let me carry on then in the meantime. Good afternoon to you. Thank you to the organisers for the invitation, and also to the Northwest University for hosting what is very clearly an important conversation for this province and also for the sector. My name is Leanne Kuntz. I'm the head of fund at the Digital News Transformation Fund, or the DNTF. It's a partnership between Google, the funder, and also the Association of Independent Publishers. The fund is independently administered by Chikulu Social Investments. So I want to say up front that I'm not here to give you an overview of a grant fund or how to apply for funding. What I do want to do is share the evidence from our first funding round and what it actually tells us about independent media sustainability in South Africa. I want to make one specific argument about this province that I think deserves to be highlighted specifically in this room. So let me start with the problem. The framing of the summit is partnership, innovation, and sustainability. I want to address sustainability first because the conversation about funding models often starts in the wrong place. So the dominant narrative is often that community and independent media are struggling because they lack funding. While that is partially true, I think it misses the more important diagnosis, and that is that the problem is structural. It's a business model and infrastructure failure. And the distinction there matters really importantly. It's important for how we respond. So here's what I mean. The digital advertising revenue has migrated overwhelmingly to global platforms, which now capture a large majority of digital ad spend in South Africa. The commercial model that used to sustain community newspapers for decades has fundamentally changed. This is not a problem that any publisher can solve on their own. At the same time, most independent publishers operate with 1 to 3 staff. They don't have a dedicated digital team. Their websites, analytic tools, content management systems, and other digital products have often not kept pace with how audiences consume news in 2026. Their infrastructure deficit is real and it's measurable. Many of these publishers are operating under severe financial pressure, making decisions day to day to sustain operations while trying to adapt. But here's the critical point. The journalism being produced by many of these publishers is of genuine public value. It covers local government accountability, it reports on stories that many national newsrooms don't, it publishes in languages that mainstream media often ignores. Yeah?
Can you please try to share your screen? Thank you.
Perfect. Let me share. Oh.
Now we are able to see your presentation. Maybe put it to presentation mode. Great stuff. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So should I carry on then from where I was? So I was on this slide. All right. Perfect. So as I was saying, what is absent here is not the journalism, but it's rather the financial and technical architecture to sustain that journalism. And that's a business model problem and also an infrastructure problem, as I mentioned. Those need quite different interventions than simply providing more money. The DNTF was designed with this diagnosis in mind. Now let me explain how the fund is structured, because the design choices are intentional and they're informed by sector realities. They also carry lessons for anyone thinking about media funding models. The fund commits 114 million rand over 3 years, but the most important design features are not financial, they're structural. First, every grant is project-based. Publishers don't receive operational subsidies. They receive funding for a defined digital transformation project with specific deliverables, timelines, and reporting obligations. The fund doesn't cover operational costs that are not directly linked to project outcomes. What we do invest in is capability. In the second instance, the fund is independent by design. The adjudication committee, which makes all of our funding recommendations, comprises independent industry experts. Google, as the funder, has no involvement in which publishers are selected. This is not a technicality. It matters enormously for the integrity of the process and also for the trust of the publishers who apply for funding. Thirdly, the sustainability is the scoring criterion. So we don't just assess whether a project is well conceived. We assess whether the publisher has a credible plan to be less financially fragile at the end of the grant than at the beginning. Revenue potential, diversification strategy, long-term resilience planning, these are all scored, so applicants need to plan for them. Fourth, the fund generates evidence. Every grantee submits monthly reports and a final impact assessment. Over time, this builds a body of knowledge about what works in South African independent media. That evidence is available to the sector, to government, and to researchers. And fifth, the fund provides 4 categories of access, from 100,000 Rand Ignite grants for publishers who are just starting their digital journey, up to 1.9 million Rand per year for mature digital organizations looking for advanced innovation. No publisher is too small to engage with this fund. Round 1 closed in late 2025. I want to walk you through what the data shows, because some of it is encouraging, but one data point in particular is not. 21 grants were awarded in round 1. 10.5 million Rand was dispersed, and 6 provinces were represented across the cohort. By tier, 11 grants went to the Build tier, which covers foundational digital infrastructure. 8 went to the Grow tier, which supports publishers ready to scale their digital reach. And 2 went to the Engage tier, which funds advanced innovation for digitally mature organizations. So 52% of grants went to publishers at the foundation stage. The sector's infrastructure deficit is reflected in the data. By province, Gauteng led with 9 grants, Eastern Cape produced 5, KZN 3, and Mpumalanga 2, the Western Cape and the Free State each produced 1. Northwest was not represented in the round 1 cohort. I want to hold on that for a moment. The fund is open to every province in South Africa on equal terms. The eligibility criteria, the scoring matrix, the application process, none of it was structured in a way that disadvantaged any publishers. No grant from this province is not a funding allocation decision. The data points to a pipeline and readiness gap. The important point here is that it is addressable, and I'll come back to what that means for this room. The other data point worth noting is that grantees in round 1 were established between 1870 and 2025. Grocott Mail is 155 years old and affiliated with Rhodes University, and it sits in the same cohort as startups registered just last year. So the fund is not a vehicle for rescuing legacy media or incubating new media exclusively. It funds the full spectrum of independent journalism in South Africa. Reading across 21 applications from across the country, 6 clear patterns emerged. These are not isolated examples. They appear consistently, and they tell us something significant about the state of the sector. The first pattern is decisive digital migration. At least 12 legacy print titles are using their grants to fundamentally rebuild their products, workflows, and revenue models around digital. As I mentioned, Grocott Mail, as well as Winelands Echo, the Kokstad Advertiser, Tabachwe News, these are not small or recent organizations. They're established community papers making a genuine structural shift. The second pattern is vernacular and multilingual content as a competitive strategy. isiZulu, isiXhosa, Afrikaans, Sotho, Siswati, they appear across the cohort. Publishers are not treating language as a constraint, they're treating it as a growth strategy, a way to reach audiences that English-dominant media consistently fails to serve. The third pattern is the rise of audio and low data formats. 7 projects in round 1 are launching podcasts. Many are adapting WhatsApp distribution and low bandwidth mobile design specifically to reach audiences in areas with poor connectivity. This is a sector adapting to the actual infrastructure conditions of the communities it serves. The fourth pattern is the deliberate centering of underserved audiences. Youth, students, SMME owners, Stokvel members, rural women. These are not secondary audiences for the round 1 cohort. They're the primary audiences publishers are designing products for. That's a significant shift from the traditional community newspaper model. The fifth pattern is revenue diversification, and this is the one I want to spend some more time on in the next slide. Publishers are building layered revenue models, not single stream dependencies. And the sixth pattern is AI ethics, treated as a design question from the outset. Multiple grantees submitted explicit AI governance frameworks, POPIA-compliant data practices, and human editorial oversight protocols as part of their project plans. So this is a sector thinking very carefully about responsible innovation. The session brief for today asks us to examine diversified revenue architectures and fiscal resilience strategies. Round 1 gives us direct, concrete evidence of both. The most important finding is this. No grantee in round 1 is betting on a single revenue stream. Digital advertising and classifieds appear across most title-based projects, but alongside advertising, publishers are building memberships, events programs, sponsored content partnerships, and community platforms. In one case, with the Queenstown Innovation and News Hub, the revenue model integrates news with mobile banking and e-commerce. This is a genuinely novel architecture for the sector. And what is driving this shift? Two things. The first is that digital advertising alone is not a viable foundation for community media at the scale these publishers operate. They know this from experience. The second is that the fund's scoring matrix explicitly rewards sustainability planning and revenue diversification. Publishers who understand what the fund is looking for write better applications, and in writing better applications, they build better plans. The implication for funders and policymakers in this room is direct. Grant requirements shape behavior. If you need a sustainability plan, you'll get publishers who have one. If you require revenue diversification thinking, you get publishers who do the thinking. The design of funding instruments is not neutral. The common pattern across round one is a layered model. Digital advertising combined with events and community programming, or content combined with membership and services. The outlier model, the fintech integration at Queenstown, is genuinely unusual, but it does illustrate the range.
Just to give you 2 minutes to wrap up, thank you.
No stress. What it does illustrate is the range of innovation the sector is producing when given structured support and the right incentive architecture. So I'll skip through the next couple of slides simply because we have some time constraints, and I'll get right to the end. And what I then want to say at the end is just to focus on what we can do in this room and the practical things that we can take away. So the evidence from round one is really strong, but it sits within a sector that remains under real pressure. Community journalism in South Africa continues to face deep structural and financial pressure, but many publishers are operating at the edge of sustainability themselves. At the same time, there are signs of resilience and progress emerging across the sector. Publishers are building digital products, experimenting with layered revenue models, and continuing to serve audiences that are often overlooked. What this points to is a sector that, while currently unstable, is actively trying to adapt, and it would benefit from coordinated, evidence-based support across funders, government, business, and universities, alongside the financial stability needed to sustain operations through this transition. DNTF is one part of that broader support system, but it's not the final solution. What this summit can contribute is not only a stronger Northwest pipeline, but a more connected and responsive support ecosystem for independent media more broadly. If alignment across stakeholders mentioned previously improves, then the practical support reaches publishers where they are. We should then begin to see stronger, more resilient local media emerging across the provinces, with more publishers able to sustain themselves, to serve their communities, and to participate meaningfully in the broader media landscape. You can find us at dntfund.org.za. You're welcome to reach us there anytime. Thank you.
A round of applause to Leanne. Leanne, I'm just going to request that you hang 10, don't drop the call. And I think maybe on behalf of the colleagues that are here, we just make a clarion call. Now I sound like a politician. That all of the presentations be made available. I think it's critical and important information that we can just consume at leisure. If we're not pressured for time, probably we would have wanted to go through every slide. So if the information can be made available, we'll really, really appreciate it, because we are getting to learn of very important insights. With that said, colleagues, it's now time for the much anticipated Q&A. From social media influencers to being journalists, to newspapers dying, to misgovernance in community radio, to government declaring a war against unfair practices of advertising. You just need to raise your hand, introduce yourself, tell us where you're from. If you're a master's student, you do tell. If you are a person who is just here out of interest, do likewise. If not, it would mean we will give our panel members an opportunity to summarize, save time and get to the next session. So you've got a hand. Here we've got another hand there. Is there another hand? Going once, twice. Oh, there's another hand. So we'll start at the front. The lady with the green jacket, followed by the gentleman in the corner, and the lady with the red cap in that order. Thank you.
Is it a good day? Yes, good day. I am Refilwe Palagangwe, the one and only The Iron Lady. I'm also a product of Northwest University FM. I'm a product of a radio station in university, community, and commercial. So I'm a radio personality, a voiceover artist, and MC. And these type of conversations are very close to my heart. Reason being is that it affects us so much. And when we are in a situation like that, we don't know what to do. That burning issue of not having money to actually go home, it's very serious. And you can see that the community, the radio station or whatever, is making a lot of money, but 3 months, 4 months, 5, you don't get your stipend. So I just want to start with MDDA first. I heard you talked about training, right? So I wanted to know first, is it just for community registered media platforms, or are podcasts also open to that? Because podcasts are now taking over, and we have a couple of ones right here in Mafikeng. There's one called Dust and Vision. I think if it had a great team, it'll do way better than it is doing right now. So obviously you can't just take people from the streets and not train them to do something. So they do require training. So then the question comes in, do you provide training for such, or you need to be community registered organization? And then Mr. Baloyi, coming to you, with regards to that 30%, I don't want to mention the government institution that I'm working for, but however, I want to exercise those funding that I have there to pump back to the community radio stations that I've previously worked at. So it'd be really great if you can just give me like a timeline to say, as of February, this is going to be implemented, so that when I kickstart my projects, then I know very well that where am I going exactly and when is it starting. And then ma'am, talking about the whole influencer, I think that is a very great point that you made to say we should call the influencers to say, okay, become part of the council and join us, and maybe also have contributions, because even myself, I'm following the Madlanga Commission, but I don't take the news from iOS or in ENCA or whatever. I look for those TikTok reporters, and because of them, I'm really well informed with what's actually happening, more especially that they made the news so informal and easy to understand, unlike listening to a reporter from Newsroom Africa who's making use of jargon and terminologies that I don't understand. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. We go to the corner. The gentleman with, is it a grey sweater? Is it white? I wear glasses for a reason. Thank you, sir. And do introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Ndube, and I'm honors in communication. I'm currently majoring in media and journalism studies. So my question is specifically Miss KTS. So I've just went to your website, and some of the stuff you use that you guys represent hundreds of small and locally owned businesses, especially in those 11 official languages. So one of the question that I wanted to ask was that since there's like 11 official languages, but that does not cover the entire pool of languages that we have. We also have people in some places in Mpumalanga that they speak in Shangaan. They also have languages like Yonama and, oh, sorry if I'm not audible enough. So like I said, we also have other languages that are not under the official recognized languages. So what I wanted to understand was that how do you guys deal with those languages that are the minority in the country? How do you cater for such small languages in the country? Because obviously, as much as they are not officially recognized, but they are still there and they are a minority. And how do you, as your association, then come in and try and bridge that gap that is happening? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother, for that contribution. We go to the lady with the red cap, and it's a very valid point. Your point before the microphone gets to her. The SABC, I think some 10 or 15 years ago, to establish a radio station that addresses what you're saying to the people that are living in the Northern Cape, in the Harib area. There's XKFM. So whatever your research dissertation looks at, perhaps that's your passion. Look at how SABC responded particularly to that aspect of inclusivity within what we consider to be a democratic country.
Thank you so much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Olorato. I'm a former journalist from Moses and Sons Media. To Ray Ananias, such a great initiative. Please do move forward. However, I see that I would love for you to invite BCCSA. I would like you to invite the Film Publication Board because they are very relevant for this initiation. Thank you. To the panel at large, welcome and thank you so much for such a great presentation. Now, each of you, I would like to ask you, I mean, are we still at post-apartheid era? Because now, in terms of the policy, because I know that MDDA, when it was formed, the challenge was the controlling of freedom of speech, which is still now in 2026 is still a challenge. So each of you, can you please elaborate, especially on policy versus politics? Where are we now? Thank you.
Wow. The moment I found I was in Parliament. Thank you. What a sharp and pointed question. The panel of members have recorded their responses, and I will give that. Okay. Oh, he says he's still noting. So, Dr. Kate, let me give you the honors of starting to respond to the issues. You'll pass the mic to Dr. Baloy to take this section of the questions, and Dr. Dibiso will be the last.
So thank you. So the first thing, just comment again about influences. I mean, I think there's a lot that journalists can learn from influences. And I do think that the in-depth research, etc., is done by the journalists, but the way of putting it across, which is interesting and innovative and engaging, is something that I think as journalists we need to learn more about. And I want to very briefly talk about, there's an amazing project which is actually funded by the DMT Fund, by someone called Rashmi Pillay. And she is looking at introducing to her explained operation influences. So the influences then work with the journalists and help the journalists to actually get that information out. So she's doing amazing in-depth research which is fact-checked and etc. But she's using influencers to get that information out far and wide. And so I think there's very exciting collaborations that we should be looking at on that one. So thank you for that point, it was very important. Then the very interesting question about languages, and you're quite right, of course, there are a lot of languages in the country which are not just the 11 official languages. And I think that community media can play an incredibly important role in terms of covering those communities. So the issue there, of course, is just sustainability. How do you sustain those operations? But I think we need publications and podcasts and whatever way we want to get that information out there to cover all these different communities. And then we need to look at multiple ways of multiple streams of funding for that, which could potentially include donor funding, could include the 30% advertising, etc. We've got to be very creative and thoughtful around that. But absolutely, thank you, it's a very important point. Now, to the controversial question, which I think is a very good one, which is, so I just want to make sure that I've got it right. So, post-apartheid, you know, we're like 2026. Where are we at? Is the information getting out to everybody? Are we censoring any information? Am I getting that question correctly? Yeah, please.
Actually, it's about policy and politics. Like, where are we now?
Right, but with that essential issue around because the point of policy is to make sure that everybody gets information And the second point of policy is, do we have censorship? Because if you look at what happened under apartheid is, one, we had censorship, and two, very small numbers of people actually got information as they should. So those were the two critical issues that policy was supposed to deal with. And I think that when we look at South Africa, we're often very hard on ourselves and we say, we haven't achieved anything, we haven't succeeded in any way. And that is just not true. I think we have done amazing things in terms of ensuring that we get to where we are. And in fact, an entire sector of media was introduced in terms of policy, which was the community media sector. That didn't exist really, during the apartheid times. The thing is, though, that of course there's still an incredible amount more to do, and that's, I think, what our policy has to address now, which is the issue of, and it's a money issue. That's the tragedy with so many things. It's a money issue. But how do we make sure that these tiny languages, that all all the audiences are basically covered? And I think that the focus on community media, which really plays that role, I think is critical. The 30% advertising, the D&T fund, all of these interventions I think are critical. And also, just very briefly, to talk to the survey that I talked about in my presentation, is we've got to look at things at a sector level. We've got to scale things that are working. We have to look at the training that we're producing and make sure that it is fit for purpose. And in some ways, we sometimes have to look at collaborating across our publications. We shouldn't be competing. We need to look at umbrella bodies that actually support that. And we also need to look at the intermediaries. Are all the intermediaries there fit for purpose? Are we really making those interventions that are required? I hope that begins to answer your question. Thanks.
Firstly, I deal with government news, and I'm a government person, and the president will be speaking at 4 today.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
I think you are aware of the issues surrounding the police, right?
Yes.
To say if the law enforcers find themselves in that situation, is the security of a country. The president is speaking at 4. Be that is the first question was on the issue of when does this policy come into effect. In May, all departments are going to what we call budget votes, where they will be presenting their budget votes in Parliament, so that they can start and implementing the budget votes that are voted. So if this policy, which I have no doubt in my mind that is going to go through cabinet, because we have put it several times, if it goes through, then it's binding in each and every department starting from the 1st of June for implementation. And it's GCIS that must monitor that implementation is there. Then there was a very interesting question of politics and policy. Let me give this scenario. If we didn't make it compulsory that people should dress, you know that people have freedom to be naked. Now, where do you practice that freedom of nakedness? I leave it to you. But otherwise, if it's just not like that, people are going to walk in here naked. Yeah? And they'll say it's freedom of expression. Anyway, it's not kind to be naked. But now to regulate human behavior, that's why we have policies. Policies regulate and also direct and bind us on certain things. Otherwise, we're going to see things. The issue that I'm talking about of not funding community media, it has been there. But just because there was no policy that was holding somebody to do that, it was not implemented. Killers have experienced many years. So then that's the importance of policy. I don't want to get into politics. I remember when somebody said, do you know what is an ambassador? advocacy on behalf of his country. And that's actually research politics. Now, the issue of politics and policy. That's why I normally argue when some places are not interested in politics. I said politics is what regulates your daily basis. If you are not interested in it, others will be interested and they will take decisions on your behalf. Hence, we have these processes of public consultations. You know why are those processes important? So that certain things are not bound by only a political ideology of one person. You have to go and test it and convince people to agree with you. If they don't, then you move into what we call a dictatorship, which is not a democratic dispensation. But there is also the element of the majority rules. If I feel I must convince people that all of us must drink tea without sugar in the morning, and campaign and canvass, it's my politics. And when the majority agrees with me, you will say goodbye to sugar and tea. You get what I mean? So I'm giving the simplicity of the politics. But in terms of policy national, and I think I can write. That's why in South Africa we go to elections every 5 years. To either renew our mandate, either to check if we're still in touch with the people, and it has been shown, you can talk better about it, it has been shown over a period that sometimes government thinks that is correct. We're going to find out now. It is not correct in the eyes of the people. Has been told differently. They want to show you that no, what we agreed with you 10 years ago is no longer what we agree with now. That's politics. And what is going to happen? You have to change policy. To say 20 years ago this was your policy, but we have rejected it. We say you move this way. So it's quite important that we participate in politics as a civic level. I normally put the word civic. Hence, councillors are appointed, or voted at your civic, so that that person must address the issues of the water, your dustbin. So I was giving an example of how a mayor lost his sick just because he was unable to remove snow within 10 minutes. So that is the intervention. I know the way we have taken politics here in South Africa, it becomes sometimes a gimmick. That's why some of the people say, I don't want to be interested in that. Because they look at the components, they say, that was a joke. But now, the content is something different. If you don't put your idea, that same joke will be the one who will use you. So that is a very interesting thing that brings in, hence you see in most countries, the proliferation of your community-based organizations taking over. That role is how people also relate to them. We are starting, South Africa is known as a noisy democracy. Don't tell me. But that is the hallmark of what defines us. Hence, we are the only country that started to take Israel to the ICJ, but now we are followed by many countries. It's where you stand for a principle. To say, no matter what, that this is the principle. I'll give you an example of what happened in Malawi. We received papers. Imagine, High Court. The lawyers applied to say, we want our client to be tried in South Africa, not in Malawi. Because in South Africa, there is that freedom. Lawyers can stand up and argue and put. That's why they call us a noisy democracy, but don't undermine us. South Africa is one of the most highly politicized countries in the whole of the world. Just touch us wrong, you will see us. But yes, we are noisy, and that is the beauty of our democracy. Policy, politics.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roy. Last but not least.
Thank you. So the first question was yours earlier on around what the community broadcasting regulations are saying. They are quite clear. They entrench community participation in community radio stations. It's clear, they are quite clear that
the owners of a community radio station are the community. They set out the roles of the board, the roles of management, and the roles of community as well. And the participation of the community in the stations is twofold. They must be part of the AGM when the new board is selected, and that board must be from that community. You can't have a situation where you have a board member that resides in Joburg and or a board chairperson that resides in Joburg and they are board chairperson of the station in KZN. That undermines the core of what those regulations stand for. They do not in any way say you must pay to participate in the radio station in any shape or form. So any community radio station that does that is basically breaking the law. It is illegal. Second question was, who do we train? We have an open door policy. Of course, resource permitting, we also try and make sure that we reach everybody. One of our mandates is around entrenching a culture of reading. But we've extended it to say literacy goes beyond just functional literacy. There's also media literacy. So as part of our outreach programs, we then implement these various programs. For example, in partnership with the FPB, would be on online safety and becoming a good digital citizen. So my proposal to you would be for us to also then scale the resources that we have, partner with the radio stations that are in your area or within the province or with the NCRF or any other sector body that's in the province so that it becomes a Northwest initiative. Podcasters can come. We had a similar training in KZN in February with Umlazi FM, who have applied for a license and are currently online, but we did offer them training. So for non-financial support, we have an open door policy. The third question, and I agree, very important, just had to scribble notes to one of the important issues that Baloyi has mentioned. We have a very progressive legislative and regulatory environment in our country, which safeguards freedom of expression, access to the media, and at the core of this is the public participation, and also the vigorous interrogation of whatever bills that are submitted to Parliament. Constitutionality of those bills are tested. It's taken to the State Law Advisor's Office. The colleagues from the DPME would also do a community and impact assessment to just make sure that everything is by the book when it comes to policy formulation and development. The only challenge for us is the time it takes to finalize policy and legislation. So maybe just setting the scene from where we were to where we are now. We had the Windhoek Declaration many years ago, which is basically a commitment to public service media and a democratic public service media platform. We then had the Broadcasting Act, and currently there was a bill that was submitted to Parliament that then changes the Broadcasting Act into the SABC bill to respond to the challenges that the SABC has been facing. And SOS has been one of those organizations that have ensured and led basically the charge to ensure that we have a strong and independent public service provider. The colleagues from the GCIS are currently working on the Media Diversity Index, just to assess the landscape, how the landscape has changed in terms of ownership, in terms of content diversity, also just in terms of management of these roles. We also periodically conduct terms of ownership research within the MED, just to see the ownership changes and patterns in the industry. There's currently the ICT, the white paper on audiovisual framework, and key things for me there, or some of the key things, recognizes the importance of protecting children online or against online harms. It opens the door for increased foreign ownership,
And so there is quite a vibrant policy environment taking place. Lastly, I think we are at an unprecedented era where technology is really driving the change. We have podcasts now, McGee is leading that era. We've got podcasts that speak on financial literacy or focus on financial literacy, and those are also podcasts in different indigenous languages, ensuring that communities have access to such information. I grew up in an era where YFM was quite important for shaping youth culture, informing youth subcultures, and just assisting young people to reinvent themselves post-democracy. And I think then that has changed because YFM is no longer that authoritative voice around what constitutes youth. So that is my attempt at answering the question. Thanks.
A round of applause for the panel. We have come to the end of our very insightful panel engagement. I've personally learned a lot, and we need to take this opportunity to thank all of you, Dr. Kate, Tate Moloi, Tate Letabo Dibezo, as well as Ian, who was joining us on the line, and most importantly, the participation and depth and insights from the questions that we got from the panel, much appreciated. Thank you, colleagues. We are now going to be handing over to the program director, and as he comes, I would like to thank the most important person of this session, the facilitator, for speaking English, for not having his bundles repeated, and who appreciates your cooperation. Thank you so much.
We may give them a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. David Makhaya, thank you so much for steering that ship. I don't think I could have done it. You are so wonderful, so perfect, and thank Mr. Amenes for choosing you. To our speakers, thank you for so much for that insightful information. To all those who drafted those questions and answers, thank you so much for putting in your work of contribution. Without any further ado, I am not going to subtract anything nor add anything. We are going straight to our tea break and our networking session. So this is how it goes. We have a table at the back there, and we have some ushers. They will assist you. There's a snack, water, and tea. And also those who want a toilet break. This side, we have toilets, the gents and the ladies. Also, ushers will be able to help you. Just for 20 minutes, let's quickly do that. We'll be back at exactly 1:10. That is 13:10. Am I correct? 20 minutes, 13:10. Thank you. everything media, everything communication, everything in this industry. So the second session is going to be dealing under the theme of digital transformation and the future of news distribution. Pardon me, colleagues, can we just keep quiet? The second session is going to deal with the theme digital transformation and the future of news distribution. And it is going to be facilitated by, if correct, my program says Ms. Belina Lekhetwani, but to correct that, it is going to be directed by Mr. Rapela Motakhuma. And the speakers of this second session is Paula Frey from Frey Media Foundation and Professor Leah Holthazen from the Northwest University, who is the School of Communication Director. So, Mr. Rapela Motakhuma and all of the speakers that I mentioned, may you come in front as we give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me just take this opportunity to say kudos to the first session colleagues. It was so engaging and beautiful at the same time. We won't be having a lot of speakers in our session. The session 2, two of our speakers won't take part. We will be having Prof. Leah Holthazen, and then we will be having Paula Frey. So it is a pleasure, colleagues, to welcome you to today's discussion on digital transformation and the future of news distribution in South Africa. We are living in a time where technology is rapidly changing how information is created, shared, and consumed. The way we access news today is very different from just a few years ago. A few years ago, you know that you would wait for the newspaper in the morning, then at 1 o'clock, news bulletin. But right now, we get news as and when we go. So many of us now rely on our mobile phones, social media platforms, and online news sites instead of traditional newspaper and television. In the past, people relied on newspapers, like I said, radio and television. This shift brings both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, news is faster and more accessible than ever before. On the other hand, we are faced with issues of misinformation, unequal access to digital platforms, the digital divide, and then the sustainability of quality journalism. Today's session, we will explore these changes, what they mean for South Africa, and how we can navigate the future of news in the digital world. I'm encouraging every one of you here, colleagues, to participate, share your perspective, and also engage openly as we unpack this important topic. So, colleagues, allow me to give you a brief profile of my colleague, Prof. Leah Holthazen from the, it happens. No, thank you, colleagues. Holthazen, proper. Prof is a full professor and director of the School of Communication at the Northwest University in South Africa. She holds a PhD in communication and has been active in academic year since 2003. Prof has published extensively in national and international journals, supervised postgraduate students, and presented research papers locally and globally. She is widely recognized for academic excellence and received Northwest University's prestigious Teaching Excellence Award in 2024. And then in addition to the teaching awards in 2022, 2015 and 2004, she is actively involved in national and international communication association, research collaborations, and industry partnership. With that being said, colleagues, a round of applause for Florence.
All right, good morning, no, good afternoon. I almost say good evening. I can just as well say good evening as well. There are things falling on the floor, so let me just pick them up. So thank you so much for the invitation, first of all, and for the warm welcome. I really appreciate that, and for all my colleagues and friends who know how to pronounce my surname. But it's not my surname, it's my husband's surname. I still prefer my maiden name. So anyway, okay. So I'm very privileged to be able to speak to you today about something that I think is paramount in our field of communication, and not just as it relates to the world of journalism. I think it's very, very important for us to truly delve into the importance of digital transformation as a structural change in the world of communication, where journalism is such an integral and very important part. So please excuse me as I'm just restructuring my house here in front, and I will be with you in a second. Okay, my husband always says, good luck, just don't speak too much. So I will do my very best. So colleagues, it is a huge privilege for me to be with you today and just to share a few thoughts. And I promise I will keep them as short as possible, and I will not do what my husband always says I should not do. Okay, so I'm going to start off, first of all, by saying good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, hello. Let's talk about digital transformation. And I think one of the most important things that we need to discuss is when we speak about digital transformation in journalism, and I'm going to make it a bit broader, so please forgive me if I do so. One thing that we need to take note of is we often hear how it is reduced to mere tools, such as AI, social media, data analytics. Those are the things that seem to be paramount in this digital transformation. I think many people just stick to that component, but I want to take this a step further. In reality, I think that what we are witnessing is a fundamental restructuring of our entire media ecosystem. And that relates to the field of journalism, corporate communication, PR, internal, you name it. There's a total restructuring that is taking place. And I think that digital transformation is also reshaping a few aspects. And I'd like to highlight 4 of those aspects as we continue. So the first one is how news and media is produced. And there I'm referring to aspects such as automation, AI, data journalism as well. I also think that digital transformation is reshaping how it is distributed. And there I'm going to speak to platform dominance. It is definitely also being transformed in terms of how it is consumed. And there we refer to mobile and fragmented audiences. And then critically, how it is funded. And thankfully, I don't need to speak about funding at this point, because we've had a very elaborate discussion this morning about funding and the importance of also building those stakeholder relationships. So I would like to say that restructuring is not incremental. In my mind, I think it's systemic. Because I see it as something that alters our institutional roles, it redistributes our authority within newsrooms, and it redefines the relationship we have between journalists, audience, and platforms. In the previous session, we also talked about the importance of embracing our influence and those who are involved in podcasts. It is a community that is very interdependent in my mind. So in South Africa, I think this transformation is definitely not neutral. I think, in fact, it's shaped by historical inequality. We've addressed some of those aspects also. A level of uneven access to technology, and then a very fragile democratic trust. So the real question for me is not how digital transformation is actually happening, but for whom it is working and for whom it is failing. Unfortunately, I think that's an aspect that we also need to address. So when we go to the South African uneven digital landscape, I think that South African media system often reflects what scholars like Herman Wasserman describe as a hybrid media system under pressure. So some of the key realities that we also see within our realm is a high connectivity but unequal access. We see that mobile penetration exceeds about 90%, but data costs remain amongst the highest in Africa. Rural provinces like Northwest also experience weaker infrastructure. So yes, people are connected, but not equally empowered. This creates a structural paradox, because connectivity exists, but meaningful participation doesn't. The second aspect is, I think someone is phoning somewhere. Anyway, just say hi. All right, I think another important aspect is platform dependency. News access is increasingly mediated through platforms, and many users never even visit news directly, especially a website. I regard myself as hybrid, so I love traditional. I still love paper, so the look and feel of a newspaper does excite me more than an online platform, but I cannot shy away from that, so I will embrace a hybrid model as well, like the new Haval, which is available. So the platform becomes the front page, and the algorithm seems to become the editor. But there's a problem, because we have digital literacy gaps. So the ability to critically evaluate information varies significantly in my mind. Access to information does not equal understanding information, and it certainly doesn't equal trust. So just a highlight of some of the key statistics that I would like to show you is that I said 90%, and even though some of the evidence that I've researched indicates that it's 70 to 75% of South Africans access news via mobile, I personally think it's much more than that. Social media is definitely a primary gateway, and trust levels seem to be below 50%. So we seem to very critically evaluate what we regard as news, and I think it's a good thing. So this creates a critical contradiction. Access has increased, but informed engagement has not necessarily improved. That brings me to something which is referred to as platformization and also power shifts. We must understand that digital transformation through the lens of power redistribution. So we see that in terms of global tech countries, there is a level of control, and it's now all about distribution infrastructure, it's about audience attention, it's about advertising revenue flows. And this is what we call platformization. And it is not just technical. In fact, it's economical and also political in nature. So some of these implications, as they also impact journalism, is identified as a declining print revenue, also algorithm-driven visibility, and then the rise of misinformation that we are very well aware of. Three aspects here under this component that I would like to highlight specifically speaks to the aspect of editorial power being diluted to some extent. Algorithms, not editors, often determine visibility, and those algorithms are not always neutral. In terms of revenue, I just want to highlight one thing, and that is a significant portion of digital and revenue flows to global platforms rather than local newsrooms, which I think is a huge problem. Then there is misinformation amplification. False or sensational content often outperforms verified journalism, because in the attention economy, emotion travels faster than truth. And that is something that journalists now also are confronted with more and more. So how is this relevant to South Africa? Media Monitoring Africa, for instance, has documented the spread of misinformation during elections and COVID, which is now a far memory. Community media lacks resources to counter this effectively, I think, at times. So journalism is now competing in an attention economy dominated by algorithms. Let's look at some innovation stories in South Africa. So despite all the constraints that we are very well aware of as journalists and as communication professionals, South Africa does produce globally recognized innovation models. These examples are not just stories about crisis, but they are actually stories of innovation. And that is something that I think is actually wonderful, and I think it just builds a person's spirit. One such instance is the Daily Maverick, as one of the case studies that I would like to identify, where the Maverick, it relies on reader trust rather than advertising dependence. And that demonstrates that audiences will actually pay for quality journalism. Quality journalism is still at the heart of what we aspire to do. And then transparency builds loyalty. So this aligns with global trends, which is focused more on audience-funded journalism. Another example is Amabungani. So this is an impact-driven model that I would just like to briefly touch on today also. It's aimed at non-profit investigative journalism, and it's funded through donors and foundations, and the key role is, for instance, to expose state capture. So it shows impact attracts funding. And I think that's something that we can also aspire to. Journalism can operate outside commercial logistics. And then the last example that I would like to put forward to you is what is referred to as Ground Up, which is community-centered journalism, which focuses on underreported communities. It's open access publishing, strong partnerships with larger media houses, and it demonstrates that digital platforms can amplify marginalized voices, which is really, I think, something that is extremely important in South Africa. So when we look at community media innovation across South Africa, we see WhatsApp groups use news as a platform for dissemination, Facebook Live for local reporting, hybrid radio, digital models are emerging more and more. So for me, innovation is not always high-tech, it's often context-driven and resourceful. So let's move to the next aspect, which I think is critical, and we also touched on that in the first panel this morning, and that's the whole aspect of partnerships. And I think our DDC also touched on that when he did his welcome. I don't think that within this context of journalism and communication, that journalism is the only single actor. I think it is part of a partnership, and partnerships are critical. So for instance, public-private partnerships need access to address funding gaps, and there must be also a level of protection so that we can ensure editorial independence. And then do not underestimate the importance of academic partnerships, especially with universities like Northwest University. We are not just educators. I think that in fact we are innovation hubs. Because for me, the role of a university in a context like this, and now I've lost my place, that's wonderful. Okay, anyway, let me just go to where I actually want to be. There we go. Okay, so I'm enjoying my speech so much, I'm forgetting my PowerPoint. So the role of universities is actually skills development. It speaks to research on AI and media and also innovation hubs. So their role is to train digitally skilled journalists, conducting research on misinformation, AI and media trust, which I think is such a rich field for us to research, and also supporting innovative ecosystems. Another important partner is our civil society, because that ensures media accountability, ethical standards and freedom of expression. So for me, the future of media systems is not isolated, in fact, it is networked and collaborative in nature. A next aspect that I would like to touch on as part of this digital transformation is the importance of sustainability. So for me, sustainability must be understood in 3 dimensions: economic, social and technological. Economic speaks to membership models, philanthropic funding, events and brand partnerships. When we look at the social aspect, the importance of trust in journalism cannot be overestimated, representation of diverse voices, and credibility and transparency. And then the aspect of technical, which speaks to the adoption of AI tools, data journalism capabilities, and platform adaptation. Without social legitimacy, I think economic sustainability is important. Let's move towards the future of news, and I am coming in for the landing. So So looking ahead, I think that when we look at the world of journalism, media, and even broader to the field of communication, what can we expect? Definitely AI-assisted journalism. That comes as no surprise to anyone. Increased automation in news production, a growth in personalized news feeds, and also continued dominance of mobile consumption. But also, I think there might be an increased risk for deepfakes and misinformation, a greater need for verification and ethics. Thankfully, we also mentioned that this morning in the first panel. And unfortunately, I think there's some level where trust is eroding. So future journalists will be technologically literate, ethically grounded, socially responsible, and adaptable. So a critical closing reflection is, I think we must confront a very difficult question. Whoops, not that one. I'm not there at the thank you yet. This thing is not working with me. Okay, I'm going to wait for the question to appear. All right, the question is, will digital transformation democratize information or deepen existing inequalities? Because technology alone does not solve structural problems. So, here's my conclusion, and I think these are some of the paramount aspects that we need to address. If we are serious about partnerships, innovation, and sustainability, we must then ensure that digital transformation serves the public interest and not just a platform profit. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Another round of applause for Prof. What a moving presentation, and thank you very much, Prof, for that. What I loved, one thing that I've noted is you said access to information does not equal understanding. So information can be there, but that does not mean like the people really do understand what that information is all about. I don't know if our next speaker is ready, because she will be online. Is she ready? If she is not, I think we can sort of move to a question and answer. Oh, she's there. Oh, beautiful. Good afternoon, Paula. You speaking to Rapella, and we welcome you to this session today. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon,
Oh,
everyone.
you can hear us. Before you get in, let me just give a brief background of who Paula is. Paula Frey is a respected South African media leader, trainer, and entrepreneur with extensive experience in journalism and communication. She serves on the Competition Commission's Media and Digital Platforms Marketing Inquiry and is the founder of Frey College, a Pan-African accredited media training institution. Paula Frey was the first female editor of the Saturday Star, formerly served as a regional director for Africa at Interpress Service. She also founded Frey Intermedia and co-founded Frey Foundation to support women in media across Africa. A Nieman Fellow at Harvard University, she is recognized for advancing ethical journalism, leadership, and media innovation. With that being said, over to you, Paula. Thank you. You can come in, Paula. Could you, sorry to interrupt, Paula, could you kindly pause for a sec? We would like to, okay, you can come in again. You can come in, Paula. Yeah, we're still having a challenge with the volume. Or maybe if you can just be closer to the microphone. I don't know how. Okay, come in, Paula.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. You can continue. You can continue, Paula. Can you hear us?
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Maybe you can switch on the camera or indicate. Let us unmute. Oh, okay. Yes. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Perfect. You can continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to speak today under the session of digital transformation and the future of news distribution, specifically of media as a public good in the age of AI. I think that a lot of what Professor Holzhausen spoke about is real food for thought, but I want to take it further and perhaps complement what you have to say by talking about where we are at the moment and then also make suggestions of a way forward. I think previous speakers today have already said that we are in a moment of profound change in the media sector, and not just a moment of incremental adjustment, which we've seen since I joined as a young journalist in 1986, but I think we're in one of a structural transformation. The recent work of the Competition Commission of South Africa, I think, has helped make this visible through its media and digital platforms market inquiry, which I had the honor to serve as an independent media expert. I think the Commission has provided one of the most comprehensive examinations of how digital platforms are reshaping the economics and the distribution of news in South Africa. I just want to put a caveat here and say that the process is not complete. We are currently in a phase of appeals and responses, but some of the remedies are already being implemented, and so we're already seeing some change. And I want to talk about what the inquiry actually highlighted. Journalism remains essential to democracy, right? But the system that has historically sustained journalism has been fundamentally altered. And what do I mean by that? What we're experiencing is not simply disruption. Speakers before have acknowledged that it is a complete reconfiguration of how journalism is produced, how it is distributed, and how it is monetized. You know, we often think of business sustainability as not being a journalistic issue, but for me, sustainable media is a press freedom issue. If we cannot find sustainable business models for our media, we don't have a plurality of media that allows people to see themselves in the media that they consume. So what we really have is this reconfiguration, and at the center of this reconfiguration are three forces.
Sorry to interrupt, Paula. May you kindly share your screen?
And I think that there is something that is being shared at the moment, but I can certainly try to do that.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Okay. So, so what we're really seeing is a shift from disruption to reconfiguration, and there are this disruption, or really driving this disruption. And they are artificial intelligence, which we've heard about today, algorithmic distribution, and automation. And I really just wanted to touch on this in greater detail. So if we look at artificial intelligence, for example, I mean, it's been mentioned today, and Professor Holzhausen is right, that very often we think of artificial intelligence in terms of it as a tool. But in fact, what we really need to be thinking about is thinking about it from the impact that it has on us and where we take it from here. So artificial intelligence is no longer a peripheral tool in journalism, right? It is becoming embedded in the infrastructure of what we do, of how news is created and how it is consumed. It shapes the production process, right? Just consider, it shapes it through transcription, through translation,
and increasingly through content generation. We might want to say that that's not true, but we have to acknowledge that increasingly newsrooms are using it in this way. Artificial intelligence shapes distribution through the recommendation system. So, for example, if you go to a website now, you're going to get an AI summary rather than a link and a click through to the story that you want to read. And so through these recommendations, it also shapes what people see and what they choose to see. And then it shapes newsroom operations. I mean, if you look at the processes, ideas generation, headline writing, and it shapes it all the way through to automation that allows organizations to do more with fewer resources. And at the same time, what the South African Competition Commission's inquiry found is that AI systems are already using journalistic content to train models and to generate the responses to user queries, often without compensation. There is no media house anywhere in Africa that has signed an agreement for compensation with an AI company. And so this raises critical questions about the future value of original reporting. If journalism can be summarized, if it can be repackaged, if it can be distributed through AI interfaces, right, without clear attribution or compensation, then the sustainability of content creation itself comes into question. And if you're a big media house with many streams of income, you have a buffer. You're not immune, but at least you have a buffer. If you're a small community media, you don't have that. So alongside AI is algorithmic distribution, which has become the primary mechanism, as Professor Holzhausen was saying, through which news actually reaches audiences. The Reuters Institute's digital news survey found that Africa and South America are social media first continents. And by that we mean we get our news from social media as a primary source, which means that platforms now function as the main gateways to news and information. And here the inquiry makes several important findings. First is that the referral traffic to news websites is declining, right? As users increasingly consume content directly on platforms and content that is being pushed to them. Second, the algorithmic systems often favor international publishers over local vernacular media, right? I mean, the internet in and of itself is an English medium, and so it's very difficult then to get vernacular, or certainly at the start of the inquiry, to get vernacular on search engines. And this deepens inequalities in visibility. But thirdly, social media platforms have deprioritized news content, reducing the reach of journalism in favor of other forms of engagement-driven content. And so what this really means is that editorial decision-making is not what decides that what people get to see or not. It is the algorithm that really pushes visibility, and visibility is now being mediated by systems that are external to the newsroom and not always transparent. So automation then basically reinforces the shift. Across the media value chain, processes that were once kind of media or manual, from publishing workflows to advertising systems, are now automated and often controlled by the ecosystems, by the platform ecosystems. This brings efficiency, it does, but it also deepens our dependency, and it quite frankly deepens inequalities. And so for many media organizations, particularly at community level, this creates a structural imbalance in that we rely on systems that we have no control over in markets where we have limited bargaining power. So these technological shifts are not neutral. They have direct implications also for trust, one of the biggest challenges we as media are facing. Again, research from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism shows that audiences are increasingly encountering news incidentally. As Professor Halshausen said, they're not going to the news website, they're getting it on their social media feeds, they're getting it on search, they're getting it through messaging platforms, rather than seeking it out directly, which weakens this relationship between audience and news brands. And when we weaken that relationship, what we really do have is that we are competing with the noise. Digital platforms amplify all content, not just news, not just journalism. And so very often we are competing in an environment where misinformation and disinformation actually thrives. And because of that, the inquiry notes that the algorithm systems can promote sensationalist news, right, or misleading content over journalism ones, because that is more engaging, more interesting to the public rather than in the public interest. And this creates, I think, a fundamental problem. Journalism is expected to uphold standards of accuracy and accountability while operating in an environment that doesn't necessarily reward those values, which brings us, I think, to the question of sustainability. The inquiry was quite unequivocal on this point. Digital platforms capture a significant share of advertising revenue, while media organizations bear the cost of producing news. And this has led to shrinking newsrooms, the closure of local outlets, reduced reporting capacity, and a real impact, a shift to what we call the casualization of the newsroom. So more and more freelance reporters. For community and independent media, these pressures are even more acute. And I'd like to think that donor funding, like we see with Amabungani and with Becky Sisa and Ground Up, might be the solution. But I fear that there's just not enough donor funding to sustain media in general. We have to find economic solutions to this. And so the challenge is more than finding new revenue streams. Perhaps it is time to rethink the entire relationship with content distribution and monetization. The Commission's remedies point to some of the solutions, I believe. Central to this is the 688 million media support package that includes the funding that goes to the Digital News Fund, which we spoke about earlier. This funding package aims to support innovation, it aims to support capacity building, and it aims to support content development across national community and vernacular media. There are also commitments from the platforms to, beyond the monetization, the monetary support, to also expand monetization opportunities, to provide technical support, and to improve data sharing.
Hello, Paula.
Yeah?
Yes, you are left with 3 minutes.
Okay. So critically, I think that what we really need to be looking at, let me move directly to what I think is important. You know, the Competition Commission's remedies are necessary, but they're not sufficient. I think the biggest issue that we are really faced with, and I want to really end with this, and I apologize, but I had prepared for a 20-minute presentation as requested, but let me end with this. I think that there is that this conference actually is an important starting point, because it calls for a strengthening of collaboration between government, media, academia, and the private sector. Because it's not something that a single actor can resolve alone. The digital transformation of media is not simply a story about technology. It is about public value. Because at its core, journalism is not another industry. It is a public good. It underpins accountability. It enables informed citizenship. It shapes how societies understand themselves. And yet we are operating in an environment in which the production of public good is increasingly disconnected from the structures that generate value from it. And this is a contradiction I think that we must resolve. The work of the Competition Commission is important, but if we are serious about sustainability, we must go further. We must treat media not just as a sector to be supported, but as a public good to be protected and sustained collectively. And I think that has implications for all of us here. For government, it means creating policy frameworks that recognize and support public interest journalism as essential infrastructure. For funders, it means moving beyond short-term interventions and towards long-term sustainability. For academia, it means continuing to generate knowledge and skills that allow the sector to adapt and evolve. And for media organizations, it means holding the line on credibility and trust, and also embracing innovation and collaboration. We need to build a system that is sustainable, that is innovated, and rooted in public interest. It is a system that recognizes that journalism is not just content. And I think that's important that all of us collectively work towards that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula. Please stay put as we will be taking some questions, and I believe some questions might be directed to you. So please stay put. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, by a show of hands, we're moving straight to the questions. I don't know if there are any questions in the room. Either directed to Prof. 1, 2. Okay, only 2 questions.
Thanks so much. So it's Kate Skellen from AIP, and it's just a question about AI and the AI companies actually contributing towards journalism. And Paula, thank you for that interesting point about the fact that there are no deals with media houses and with the AI companies. And this is a question to both the speakers. I mean, what do we do about that? I mean, these AI companies have access to incredible amounts of resources. Is there not some way that we should be looking at them contributing towards journalism? And maybe we need to look at this, I mean, not at a country level, but at like a continent, global level. But I would love you to reflect on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question.
Thank you very much. My question goes to both ladies. So yes, AI is still playing a vital role in the media industry. However, here's a challenge about AI. As much as it has limited information, the question is, who or what controls AI to disseminate the information? Secondly, in South Africa, we have 11 to 12 official languages. Is there any idea, maybe Paula, I hope you'll be able to give me an idea in terms of AI, will it be able now to adopt our 11 to 12 official languages?
Thank you very much. Oh, one last question from the floor.
Thank you very much. I am Belina Leketwani. I'm the head of communications in the municipality. On behalf of the government communications, we still lack the framework, the policy framework in government. I'm aware that there's a national draft AI policy. Now, if you were to assist us, the first speaker spoke about the private-public partnership. To what extent, as government communications, can we have this policy framework that is going to guide us? Because one of the functions in government is speech writing. So you would imagine if you write a speech to your political principal and you over-rely on AI, to a point that, for example, their speeches, the premier speech and the mayor speech may likely be the same. So to what extent are we doing the awareness of the risk of the over-reliance? And to what extent are we saying to our students to say, we still want to have your draft, we still want you to be ethical? So yes, I would like to find out the possible collaboration with government communication to develop such guidelines. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I'm gonna give Prof to respond first, and then you'll follow, Paula.
All right. Good afternoon once again. Thank you so much for the questions. I hope that I have noted them and jotted them correctly. So I'm going to start with the first one, which says there are no current deals between media houses and AI, and then is it not something in which we can, or what we can do to embrace that? I must also be very clear, I am not a journalist. I'm a communication expert. And my focus lies on corporate communications. I'm going to not necessarily speak about that at all, but I think in terms of AI, which is touching on every aspect in the field of communication, there is not one area in communication where AI is not prevalent, and where AI does influence multiple stakeholders. And I think that is such an important aspect that we need to address. And from a journalism perspective as well, I think yes, I do agree with your statement. I think there is something that we should do. I just think that the pace at which AI is developing at this point is so quick and it is so fast. And there I must also say kudos to Northwest University who came up with the first AI policy in the country, which is paramount in what we that is really something that the university needs to be congratulated on. So it just shows the importance of truly trying to understand how AI is going to influence our world as communicators. So again, if I can take it a bit broader to say, journalists and media people and corporate communication practitioners and public relations people, we are communicators at heart. And AI has such a profound influence on our industry, and our industry is so fast changing that I do agree. I think there is something that we should do. We should embrace our partnerships, we should embrace those relationships. And I think that question also that was posed at the beginning also speaks to the last question, which then says, but government, for instance, is lacking the policy. How can we get hold of that? Would there be a possibility of collaboration? Yes, I think we should. Because universities, also higher education institutions, are not isolators. We don't function in an isolated field and not on an island. And I think those partnerships are critical. because we have so many stakeholders and partnerships in our context, and I think all of those people need to work together to come up with a policy that can govern not just the field of communication, but multiple fields in the country, because I think those areas of specialization are paramount. So in terms of what we are doing and how we are supporting our students, are they still being taught to be ethical? Yes, they are. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of any other institution. I can speak about journalism practice and how it is being taught at this institution. And there, I can wholeheartedly say to you that the aspect of AI is embraced. It is, because it's not going to go away. This is our reality. We are moving into a fifth industrial revolution where it's paramount, but I think one thing which is very important is we cannot lose sight of the human nature. And I think if there's one practitioner in our field that brings that human nature into the playing field, it's a journalist. They have that sincere ability to do so. So I think those partnerships are paramount, training our journalists, our future journalists, to be ethical, to be responsible in how they engage with information which is readily available, how to also engage in multilingualism. Those are the aspects that they need to be taught. They need to know how to critically analyze what is in front of them. Because as I also said in what I shared with you, I think information is readily available, but you truly have the ability to critically analyze. And I don't think that's what AI does. AI tends to put forward what is available, but we as humans have that ability to critically analyze and engage. That's where I think we can build our sustainable relationships, and I agree with the second speaker, it's all about sustainability. If we don't address these things, we will not be sustainable, and different aspects of communication will be on the receiving side of being information receivers and not being the people who should put the information forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Paula, you can come in.
Thank you very much. So to be clear, that when I say that no African media house has signed an agreement with AI, what I'm really talking about is the fact that large language models on which AI is based basically use data to train to train for the output so that they can speak authentically. They've got the information, etc. And we know that that African media, certainly the data that is there, has been used for that training. And we know that foreign media entities, the New York Times, Le Monde, etc., have all signed agreements with AI companies in order to be compensated for the data that they've used to train their company. It raises another issue, and we probably don't have time for that today, but it also raises the issue of how AI is basically reinforcing existing inequalities across the globe. And so it's a kind of, if we don't allow AI to use our data to train, then there's a lack of African input. If we do so without compensation. I think, Kate, responding to your question, you'll know that the inquiry recommended enabling collective bargaining around AI, recognizing that individual media organizations in South Africa, particularly the smaller ones, might not have the scale to negotiate effectively with global platforms. And I think that the media needs to be actively working for that, to create a collective entity that can actually do that bargaining. I do think, and somebody raised this during the question time, that everyone in this room needs to be engaging with the draft South African National Artificial Intelligence Policy, which was published, I think, last week or the week before. Not simply to read it, but to actively review it and to comment on it, because the frameworks that are being shaped now will really determine how AI intersects with journalism, with media sustainability, and with public interest in the years ahead. I mean, this is a tsunami of change, not just for journalism, but for the whole country. And I think that we need to stop thinking of it as a tool and start thinking of it as something that we need to engage with at the policy level and really critically. One of the questions related to whether we thought that AI would be able to be in the 11 official languages. And I think Northwest University actually is one of the universities that has a language lab that is actually looking at AI and looking at AI for vernacular. There are a lot of entities across the country that are looking at AI and its ability to be able to translate into all of the official languages. And so I think it's one of the advantages of AI, the fact that it might be able to support the democratization of access to information, of information and make it available in different people's languages. But I think that there are also challenges and we need to be really grappling with those challenges rather than kind of focusing only as AI as a tool. Thank you.
Emilian, thanks, Paula. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think
we are at the end of our session. I would like to thank the presenters for session 2, Prof. Holzhausen. Did I say it right this time? Ms. Paula Frey, thank you very much. And most importantly, you have been a wonderful audience. Thank you very much for your engagement. And I was sending on behalf of my colleague, Ms. Lili Motosana, who couldn't make it today. Thank you very much. I'm handing over the program to the program director.
Thank you so much. We can do better than that, colleagues. Mr. Rapela, thank you also for steering that ship. It is not an easy task, but we thank you for doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we are not going to the lunch break. We are jumping straight to session 3 because we only have 2 speakers, right? So the third session is about public-private academic collaboration, building a media ecosystem. It is going to be facilitated by Ms. Keleto Ratlhagane, alongside Speaker Reggie Mulawusi from SANEF and Louise Jacobs from the Northwest University. We may give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm going to need to use your program, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rather a long day it seems to be. Is everyone okay? Okay. Good afternoon again. Rather engaging discussions that we've been having, and I would like to welcome all those who will be taking part in this session to just join me in the front so that we can get the ball rolling. Reggie, is Reggie here? Welcome, Reggie. We cannot wait to engage you. Good afternoon, Reg. How are you? All right. Okay, no problem. Let's allow her. Well, as we had to gather her things, let me introduce myself. I'm Keleto Ratlhagane. I work in public sector communications. This setup actually takes me back to school, my journalism school days, which were about 20-something years ago. So I studied journalism and I graduated in 2002. I cut my teeth in community media. I worked in both community radio and community print media. I worked for the SABC. Though some of you were not born then, I was on air in Radio Bomb. And I'm currently with the Provincial Department of Health, heading their Media Relations Unit. I'm a podcaster for the Northwest Provincial Government Podcast where we discuss matters, everything that is public service delivery related. What have I done again? I was his intern back in 2002. Thabo, let them see you. I'm mentioning all these things. I'm mentioning all these things because they stem from the passion that I have with working with young people. And I see people here who actually reflect who I was back then. I was very eager to learn, and I'm a product of people who gave me an opportunity. And I'm saying that Thabo is one of those people who actually gave me that opportunity. Are we all settled? As you can see, session 3 says that we are going to be discussing public-private academic collaborations. When I looked at the poster, I was quite excited because I could also see what I do in my everyday work as a government communicator. But unfortunately, the spokesperson for the Northwest Provincial Government, Re Brian Setswambung, could not join us. However, the conversations should go on. As I like to do, just to introduce the session and to set the scene, I would just like to say to you, good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, my future colleagues, who are scholars and members of the media. It is both an honor and a privilege for me to welcome you to this third session in the Northwest Media Seminar, where we gather not only to reflect on the current state of the media in South Africa, but to actively shape its future. For this session, our focus is an era defined by rapid change, technological, economic, and social, and no single institution can operate in isolation. Hence, we've been talking collaboration and partnerships. Well, as members of the media and stakeholders in the public discourse, your role is quite critical, I must say. You help shape how these partnerships are understood, scrutinized, and ultimately trusted by the communities they are meant to serve. That they Willie Baloyi in the morning spoke about community media and its need to be the voice of the people that it serves. Transparency, accountability, and ethical considerations must remain at the forefront of every collaboration. I bet you will agree. Now, as a facilitator for this session, I encourage all of you to engage openly, challenge assumptions, and contribute your perspective. I want every voice to be heard. The conversations we are going to have today can help shape and actually effectively and make this make impact in the collaborations for the future. Now, as we're going to engage in discussions throughout the day, let's challenge ourselves to think beyond silos. Let us explore how we can strengthen these connections, how we can identify new flowering points, and how we can ensure that the South African media landscape not only adapts to change, but that it can lead it. And I believe that we can do that. Now, as your facilitator, I wish to encourage each and every one of you to participate actively. As I said, I want you to share your insights. And I want us to collaborate boldly. Can we do that? Thank you. As I open the session, let me first give you the profiles of the people we're going to speak to. First, I have here Brarej. I call you Brarej because I'm from the print media. Now, Reggie Mwalusi is the Executive Director of the South African National Editors Forum, the SANEF. I believe, scholars, you've heard about SANEF in your classrooms. Well, he has held this role since June 2021. He's a respected media leader. He previously served as the editor-in-chief of the Daily Sun and Sunday Sun. A round of applause. Now, Brarej began his journalism career in 2002. I can see that you and I. Well, he started this at the Mail and Guardian, and later he worked for publications including the Sowetan and the Sunday World. Now, during his career, he's held several editorial leadership roles and has received multiple industry awards. He also served as SANEF as the Secretary General and Gauteng Convener. Reggie has experience in corporate communications. He holds journalism qualifications from Wits, Stellenbosch, and Copenhagen Business School. A round of applause for him. And sitting beside him, we also have a face that is very familiar to this institution. We have Louis Jacobs, who is the Director for Corporate Communications here at the Northwest University. And he's also the official spokesperson for the Northwest University, as well as the Northwest University Council. Well, he was appointed in his position on the 1st of July 2008 after being with the South African Police Services for nearly 21 years. And Resh, I bet it wasn't the SAPS that it is today, but that's a story for another day. And Matlanka, that is. He was the provincial spokesperson for SAPS for most of his career. Louis completed his BA degree and National Higher Education Diploma at the former Potchefstroom University for Christian Higher Education. After joining SAPS, he furthered his studies through the former Technical and SA, specializing in communications. He's a firm believer that when an institution's communication strategy is properly planned, then all activities will fall into place. I concur. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you carte blanche to decide who goes first. Louis? Okay, let's give him a round of applause and welcome him.
Dear colleagues, esteemed guests, I want to start my part of the discussion by looking at a practical example of an ecosystem in nature, and then we can actually move into the topic itself. Imagine a river system. At its source, high in the mountains, water begins as a trickle. As it flows downward, it gathers strength, fed by tributaries, nourished by rainfall, shaped by the terrain. Along its path, it supports life, plants on its banks, animals that depend on it, communities that draw from it. But the river does not survive on its own. It depends on a delicate balance. If one part of the system fails, if the source dries up, if the tributes are blocked, or if the surrounding environment is degraded, the entire ecosystem begins to collapse. I've come to see our communication landscape in much the same way. It too is an ecosystem, and at its heart are the local and community-based media that carries the stories, concerns, and voices of the people who live far from the centers of power. Strengthening South Africa's media ecosystem requires intentional, multi-sector partnerships that leverage the unique strengths of the media, public sector, private sector, and academic institutions. Each of these stakeholders plays a critical role in ensuring a resilient, independent, and innovative media landscape that supports democracy and informed citizenship. Collaborations between the media and the public sector is essential for improving access to information and promoting transparency. Government institutions can support the media by ensuring timely access to public data, safeguarding freedom of expression, and creating enabling regulatory frameworks. In turn, media organizations can help communicate public policies effectively and hold institutions accountable, fostering trust between citizens and the state. The private sector offers vital opportunities for financial sustainability and innovation within the media industry. Strategic partnerships with technology firms, telecommunications companies, and advertisers can help media houses diversify revenue streams and adopt new digital tools. For example, investment in digital infrastructure and data analytics can enhance audience experience, reach, and engagement. Today I want to speak to you about why the public sector and the private sector must work together to ensure that this ecosystem not only survives but flourishes. Local and community media are often overlooked in the broader media conversation. In an era dominated by digital platforms and global narratives, it is easy to assume that information flows freely to everyone. But I can tell you from experience that this is not the case. There are still vast parts of our province and our country where access to new media is limited, inconsistent, or entirely absent. For many of these communities, the local newspaper or radio station is not just the source of information. It is the primary and sometimes the only reliable channel through which they engage with the world. These publications and stations do something that larger platforms can not often do. They reflect the lived realities of these communities. They speak the language of people, they understand the context, the nuance, the unspoken tensions, and the quiet triumphs. They do not simply report on communities, they are part of them. This is why that matters, because development without voice is not development at all, it is exclusion. At the Northwest University, we understand that our role extends beyond lecture halls, beyond research outputs, and beyond graduation ceremonies. As a public university, we carry a responsibility to the communities that surround us across Mahikeng, Potchefstroom, and Vanderbijl Park. These are not just campuses. They are part of a broader provincial ecosystem of people, ideas, and aspirations. And if we are serious about contributing to the future of this province, then we cannot afford to operate in isolation. Neither of us, neither the media, nor the public, private sector, or then us as an institution. We must listen. And to listen effectively, we must engage with the platforms that carry the authentic voices of the communities that we serve. Community newspapers and radio stations are those platforms. They are the voice of the people, and if we, as public universities and as the private and public sector are not listening to that voice, then we are not building a future with communities. We are imposing one upon them. My own understanding of this did not begin in higher education. It began during my time as the provincial spokesperson for the South African Police Service in the Northwest. I travelled extensively across the province. I engaged with communities in urban centres and rural villages, in places of relative stability and in areas marked by deep socio-economic challenges. In doing so, I firsthand saw the realities that statistics often fail to capture. I saw communities where access to information was limited, where misinformation would spread easily, and where trust in institutions was fragile. But I also saw the critical role that local media played in bridging these gaps. Community newspapers and radio stations were not just reporting on incidents, they were shaping understanding, providing context, and in many cases, serving as a vital link between authorities and the public. They were trusted, and that trust is not easily earned. Now in my role as Director of Corporate Communication at this university, I see the same dynamics from a different vantage point. I see an institution rich in knowledge, research, and expertise. I see a private sector with the capacity to drive stations that remain to drive innovation and support sustainability. And I see community newspapers and radio stations that remain deeply embedded in the social fabric of our province. The conclusion to me is clear. These entities must work together. This is not about charity. It's about mutual survival and shared progress. The media landscape is changing rapidly. Traditional revenue models are under pressure. Digital transformation is uneven. Without deliberate collaboration, many community newspapers and radio stations risk decline or disappearance. And if they disappear, the communities they serve lose more than a publication or a radio station. They lose a voice. This is a risk that we cannot afford to take. We need to build partnerships that enable these media to adapt and thrive. We need collaborative content development where universities provide research-based insights that are translated into accessible stories for our communities. We need training initiatives where students and academics support capacity building within community newsrooms. We need private sector investment in infrastructure, technology, and distribution of networks that enhance reach and sustainability. But most importantly, we need a shift in how we think. We must move from seeing community media as peripheral to recognizing them as central to our collective future. Because when communities are informed, they are empowered. When they are empowered, they then participate. And when they participate, they become active role players in shaping the trajectory of their province and the country as a whole. At the NWU, we take this responsibility seriously. We do not see communities as audiences. We see them as partners. Our responsibility is not only to produce knowledge, but to ensure that it reaches the people who need it the most, in forms that are accessible and meaningful. This is why collaboration with community media and the private sector is not an option. It is essential. If we want our province to thrive, we must ensure that no community is left behind and no voice goes unheard. Community media are the voice of the people. And if we want to move forward as a province and as a country, then we must listen to that voice, invest in it, and strengthen it. Because in the end, just like the river that I referred to, the strength of our ecosystem is determined by the strength of its connections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Louis. And I must thank you for amplifying the importance of community media. And Ananias, it says to you, whatever that drives you, it's not a passion, it's a calling. Because community media needs you. Now, just to jog your memory, my takeaway from what you said, Louis, when you spoke about restrictions to information, it said, when information does not flow freely, this actually stifles our democracy. because our citizens do not actually have information that they can use to better their lives. And that's one of the components of development communications. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from a sector that helps to support our beautiful democracy, a sector that holds power accountable and gives voice to the ordinary masses of our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please help me to welcome Reggie Mwanzi.
Good afternoon. So, as I've been kindly and generously introduced, my name is Reggie Mwanzi. I work for the South African National Editors Forum based in Joburg. Its former convener, former general secretary, and so forth. But I'm a journalist by training. That's what I've done. I've ventured into corporate comms and all of that. And so we call it corporate comms, we call it the bad side in journalism, that we are going to the bad side. But believe you me, that's why we are here today, there's no bad side. So I think as SANEF, we are a busy organization. We are an organization that was formed in 1996 in Cape Town at the Breakaway Hotel, and that 1996 when SANEF was formed, it's really a year I was in matric, and it's a year I was accepted into journalism school at the then Technical Pretoria. But it's an organization formed, Conference of Editors and Black Editors Forum. So the context I'm giving is when SANEF started, it was a very small organization among unions and so forth. But 30 years later, as this year we mark 30 years, we are an organization that's faced with a plethora of other issues. Just to give you a quick glimpse before getting into the meat of today's 3 weeks back, we were here in Mahikeng at the Protea Hotel where we have partnered with MDDA and Moxie Africa and Africa Check and the IEC. We were training journalists in reporting the elections this year. We had close to 100 journalists there. Today we are doing the same training in Gauteng. We have delivered the same Gauteng in Polokwane, Mangaung, Durban, and we are going across the country. So that's the one part about the collaboration. The other part, what delayed me this morning, I was in a very long meeting with the MDDA and Northwest University and our chairperson for community media, where we are finalizing the funding from the MDDA that's going to fund community media practitioners who come here at Northwest University. But these are community media practitioners who will be coming here who publish in indigenous languages. So for that funding, essentially what we are trying to do there with that partnership is to showcase that you can still publish in your own language and still make money. It doesn't have to be only English-based publications that can make money. And that training, what I was emphasizing in this morning's meeting was that we need to train these community media practitioners when it comes to the issue of their businesses being AI concerned and AI based, because how are they going to operate? How are they going to innovate? How are they going to respond to challenges of today's media that are being faced? So that's the one part that we are doing. The other part that we are doing is we also have, coming to the private sector, we've got a partnership with UJ on two fronts. The one front with UJ is where with Nedbank we'll be focusing on young people, because young people have been challenging us, and fair enough. I've got a son who's even taller than me now, and he's only 17 years. And he's always saying to me, he doesn't see the point of what I'm doing, because every morning I subscribe
subscribe to Times Live, to News 24, to The Guardian. I pay DSTV for ENCA and all of that. And he's always telling me that all this news that you are consuming, I know about them. I can tell you the latest of what's happening at the Madanga Commission. But what is his source of news? Where he's getting the news? He's getting it from TikTok. You understand? And him and a whole lot of younger people, and I'm sure yourself, some of you in this room, have been asking the question. And it's a question I also get when I engage with students at Wits University to say, who is a journalist? And they're asking me that question not from a point of arrogance, but from a point of, yes, Reg, we understand your qualifications of being a journalist, but who is a journalist? So Nedbank was kind enough to come on board and say, okay, we'll sponsor this, do it with UJ. That's what we're doing with UJ. Furthermore, with UJ, that meeting was this morning, I couldn't join it. We'll be training the likes of senior editors, some in the room like who could apply, where we're training them in. It's a media innovation program that's running across the continent, sponsored by MTN. Further to that, we've got a working relationship with Sanlam for the Sanlam Summer School, where they take young journalists to train them in financial reporting in Mahales or Hartis, every year. With Sanlam, we run the Net Nagas Awards, where we recognize community media. And then further to that, with community media as well, what we have done, we are busy organizing that, the Standard Bank Sukuvira Journalism Awards, where through the AIP, Kate's AIP, there's been, because the AIP is our key stakeholder, there's been constant negotiations to say, much of these awards are dominated by the likes of your SABC, your Arena, the big players. Community media needs to be recognized. That's why for those awards, there's a category dedicated to community media. There's a category dedicated to indigenous languages at those awards. So those are, I'm just mentioning these top of mind to prove the point, to say the ecosystem at the moment with what's happening in the media, it does not only have to rely on financial transactions when it comes to our working relationship. As SANEF, when it comes to the public sector, Masaba will attest to that. You are CIA, I'm forever in conversations with the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Mr. Kenny Mogolong, hopefully he'll come tomorrow. There's a standing agreement with GCIS. But our standing agreement is quite clear with the government to say we'll continue engaging the government as SANEF at national and provincial level. But it doesn't mean that we will always agree with the government, because at the end of the day, we are journalists. And I always repeat that as a journalist, we didn't choose to be liked. We are not liked in most contexts, and it's okay with us. Just yesterday, we were in court where a freelance journalist was trying to sue him, and we engaged lawyers. It was a slap suit. And we made it clear in court to say we are not here to be liked, and we're here to do our work. So that's the one part. And government understands that, fortunately. We've got a president who has a listening ear. He understands that, to say we can agree to disagree, but let's do that respectfully. Then we've got the private sector. The private sector in South Africa is very much interested to see the ecosystem of the media going forth and living. So that private sector in the media, we're talking, the likes of all these companies I've been mentioning. Further to that, there's fintech companies, we've got mining companies. I mean, if you go to our website now and you check what we normally do as SANEF every year, we call it the SANEF annual fundraiser. You will see that for that dinner alone, each and every year, we are raising close to 3 million on that night from the private sector. So that just shows you that the private sector is well invested in our constitutional democracy. It wants to see it work. It wants to see us as the media doing our work. But the private sector as well, they understand the challenges that we are facing. That's why when AIP started the Digital News Transformation Fund, we said we support this, what Google is doing. and we want to interfere with it. At the time, we said we can't interfere with it because we led the process with the Competition Commission where we said such and social media platforms needed to be challenged on what they were taking in terms of revenue from the media. So that's a relationship that we are there. I mean, the process of the MDPMI is at a peers level now. But it's a partnership, it's a collaboration that we respect as SANEF to say, AIP has that standing agreement with Google and we'll support that. It's okay, we'll support it. And then you've got the other partnership that's quite controversial for us, particularly as SANEF, where you have the likes of ourselves as SANEF, Moxie Africa, Amabungani, Daily Maverick, where we are supported by other organizations. And these are foundations. And these are foundations that support us because they want to see democracy thrive. And I've always said to media colleagues that these foundations that support the work that we do, like the elections training we do it now, with the funding from the Millennium Trust, we are open about it. We are transparent. That is for elections training. It's not for the change of government, no. We've got funding now with Lawyers for Human Rights, with Amnesty International to train journalists and other role players as human rights defenders. The chunk of that money comes from the European Union. We are transparent about that. We have had the RAID Foundation funding us and all of that, and we've been transparent about that. So the challenge here is, as we talk about media sustainability and the issue of what is the future of media sustainability in South Africa, what will the ecosystem look like in 5 years to come when you in this room are leaders in the space and some of us have stepped back and I'm selling my fat goods at my mother's house at the corner there. When you guys step up to lead that, you need to lead that knowing that media sustainability now means the retention of jobs in the media. It means the retention of the voice of the media as a critical voice that needs to be sustained in a constitutional democracy. It means that media sustainability, we're looking at partnerships, but we're looking at other revenue models and options. We are looking at AI. What does AI present for us? Why should we look at the weaknesses? Why should we look at the threats of AI? Why can't we look at the opportunities of AI? Why can't we look at AI not taking jobs, but AI as a collaborative effort in our newsrooms so that we continue to sustain the jobs, we continue to grow revenue models, we pay salaries, we bring back the lost journalists that have left the industry, that the State of the Newsroom report that's done annually by Wits University almost 15 years ago said there's about 15,000 journalists in South Africa. Today we are sitting at less than 6,000 journalists in South Africa. Where did they go? They didn't die. No. Some of them are retrenched. They're sitting at home. Some left for greener pastures. And some are not in the newsroom. You understand? And when someone says to me as an editor, why can't I go back to the newsroom? I say, I always quite clear to say the newsroom does not need me. The newsroom needs a younger person. And that younger person needs to come in and tell me when they present their strategy to say, if I look at TikTok and I'm going to deliver news via TikTok, what is my revenue model of delivering news via TikTok? My colleagues at TikTok, when I ask this question to them, they can't answer it. I always say to them, I can join TikTok, but show me the money first. Don't show me the eyeballs, show me the money. After I've seen the money, then we can have a different conversation. So young people are the ones who are supposed to come and say, okay, there's TikTok, there's Meta, there's Google. These are that. And young people need to come and say, she's here from the government. But we need to change this notion to say government has money. There's no money in government. And I always repeat, there's no money. and there are people who wake up and think government is sitting with this big revenue. Kate will tell you, I'm always having this conversation in GCIS about advertising in community media. Yes, they can advertise and all of that. But there's money somewhere. I can't come to Louis here at university and say, Mr. Jacobs, I need this millions and millions because I want to train journalists. I need to understand that in South Africa, we are sitting with investors who've got the money. But the big question is, how are you going to unlock it? And that partner who's sitting with the money, how are you going to show them the ROI to say, for you to unlock these funds, this is the return on investment that I'm giving you. This is my pitch as a media practitioner that I'm saying to you, that I'm saying, bring this money in this partnership, and this is what I'll deliver for you. So those are the challenges to say, when we leave here tomorrow afternoon, we need to leave here knowing that these are the current challenges when it comes to partnerships, to collaborative efforts, to revenue models. And when Ananias does that report and share it with us to say these are the action points, we need to be mindful that these action points, when we gather again here next year, we are saying, let's look at the past 12 months and see what we have done in terms of these action points. Because if you are not going to do that, we are going to come here again next year at the same time, and we are going to rehabilitate the same points we've been saying today, which is a waste of time. So let me leave you on that and think about the current state of the newsroom of the media. Think about that ROI that you need to think about for the private sector. Think about when we say to certain social media platforms that the money that needs to come to the media, where they are arguing they are not media entities. Think about how are we going to present that to say, here you've got your own platforms. There's X, there's TikTok, there's IG, there's Facebook. But these platforms that are there, post the MDPMI report of what the Competition Commission is doing. How are we going to benefit? How are we going to use that to our benefit? To say, here are our readers are in these platforms using our content. But what we are taking away from this is the revenue. When you say you're starting a WhatsApp business channel as a business, you need to say, here's a WhatsApp business channel, but what does Meta do for me? Have I engaged Meta to say, I've got the numbers, what can I expect from this? That's what you think about revenue, about collaborative efforts. We need to think about here where we at this institution. We fortunately in South Africa, when we think about our academic institutions and what they offer. But perhaps as well as a challenge to the university, as a partner, we need to start thinking, we as journalism and communication students, perhaps it's time that people from the business school come and offer those subjects, particularly to young 17 and 18-year-olds who are studying communications or journalism, where they are taught about media entrepreneurship, so that once they graduate, they understand the business side of the business of media, and they are not graduating to say, I need to go look for a job at SABC. They can be their own entrepreneurs. So those are the things that, when we leave tomorrow, let's think about these things, let's ventilate them, and let's agree, let's disagree, but let's talk about these issues instead of this.
And thank you very much. I must say, the media landscape has indeed changed. You know, one has been buried in government communications for so long that one has been oblivious to what has been happening on the outside. As a person who graduated over 20 years ago, I remember the first day I was in journalism class because I did not study communications, I studied journalism. And the first thing that my lecturer said to me was, if you want to make money, if you are thinking of being rich, get out of this class. because journalism is a very noble profession. You do not make money, you're not here to make money. But now the conversations have changed. We are monetizing, we are actually seeing how we can actually make the industry lucrative. And it's beautiful to see that actually it can be done and it is being done. I'm going to open the conversation, but I must say I would also want inputs and discussions. Ananias, I would also want you to tap into these conversations. Remember, you're not only a journalist, but you are also a media owner. To say, what are your experiences in terms of partnerships? Are there opportunities for partnerships within the Northwest media landscape? How has your experience been? Because I want this to be an insightful and a learning experience for those who are actually thinking of entering into the industry, to know the expectations you would like to tap into your knowledge. And also let me welcome Charles Matlow. Charles Matlow was once the provincial news editor for SABC Northwest Newsroom. He is now my colleague within government. There's no money in government, but we have moved in government to government. Because we were told there was no money in media. But seeing that we are monetizing media, we might jump ship and come back into the media.
Let me just open for you. Can I note some hands? I would love to know the first 3 sets of hands. My gentleman over here, then you can have the last one for the first round of questions. I'm going to, okay, Verena. Okay, as I've noted you, let's see what you have to say.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabelo Makobosi. I am the founder or co-founder of Maftown Online News and Maftown Online Magazine. I just want to pass my remark to the organizers of this event, this collaborative event, the Northwest Media Sustainability and Collaboration Summit at the university. We really appreciate this program or this effort. To us as media practitioners, it means a lot. I'm not going to have questions, Kelezo. I'm glad that you said you want us to have an open discussion and share our experiences and challenges. So mine is still going to come as a comment and also my experience, so that those who are within the media space can learn about our challenges and what we do. And then also our speakers or our facilitators will add on what we are experiencing in actual fact. I started to be interested in media when I was still at high school. It was 1999. I was your schoolmate, by the way, but I was 99 and Kelezo was at 98, every 4 years at Kibali, if I'm not mistaken. I was interested in media then, and things have changed since then. During our time, it was magazines, it was newspapers, and then I went to study media studies, communication science in Pretoria. The school of thought at that time and the lectures were around critical theory from the Frankfurt School of Thought, where they were talking about the industrializations, first industrial revolution, second, third, and fourth industrial revolution. They predicted what is currently happening in the media landscape and in general our society in terms of the predicted. I remember that time they were talking about visual communication So I've learned a lot since that time. Now that we are here with AI, I've seen that there is a resistance, and at that time, they were telling us those things are coming. They predicted the internet. Now it's social media. Now it's AI, and there's always a resistance towards adaptation of these new technologies and its impact. So probably I would like to hear from maybe the speakers who were here just now on this session to ask why is there resistance, even though we see that this thing is here and unavoidable. Just to guide us to say how, I'm glad Bradeji was talking about looking at the positive aspect of AI. And at some point in time, even if it has some negative impact, it is going to be adapted one way or the other. So how do we move forward? Why there is always resistance? Later on, they were talking about journalists, social media influencers. There was a fight between artists and social media influencers in the acting industry to say they always choose social media influencers because of they've got more followers. But it was inevitable to really avoid that. So, but I just wanted to check because of time. Sorry, because I just wanted to check my question would be why is there so many resistance? Sorry about that.
I will just on a lighter note say perhaps the resistance is from us dinosaurs in the industry. People that didn't bring iPads, I brought a notebook, pen and paper.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I trust everyone is well. My name is Kwakhanya Kibitleku. I am a postgraduate honors degree student from the School of Communication. And I've also had the privilege of being a part of the campus radio station, NWVFM. And I think this is where really my questions go to, or my discussions, contributions are really going to stem from. Perhaps let me start here, maybe to direct it to Mr. Jacobs. I just wanted to maybe, and not in an arrogant way, just to gauge your view, the view of corporate comms within the institution, your views, perception on our campus radio stations that we have at the Northwest University. I'm also asking from a perspective of, you shared earlier that community voices are really important. Public-private partnerships are also important in accentuating local realities and the views and opinions of locals. Now, I think about the community of the Northwest University. Do you engage, and to what extent do you engage campus media to gauge those voices, to get those lived realities and experiences, and how does that maybe also then shape strategy for the Northwest University? And then another question or contribution that I had was maybe directed to Mr. Reggie. Speaking, let's say, about, I still want to keep it within campus media. Are there any challenges, opportunities maybe for growth, opportunities that can invite investments that perhaps campus media is not really exploiting much? Because Sliman says it's dead. But I'd like to believe, so with my experience of being in campus radio, we are contradicting ourselves, right? Operationally, we want to operate as a commercial platform, making money. But practically, or in terms of theoretically, or in terms of our values or what else, we want to keep that sense of being community media. So we are not really focusing on commercializing, but what we want to do is accentuate local realities, accentuate local voices. Sometimes it becomes really quite difficult to navigate because we still want to also sustain ourselves as a radio station, but we do not want to lose touch with our audience. We do not want to lose touch with the core business of our existence as community, as campus radio stations or campus media. And I thought I should just highlight that. Campus and not necessarily community, because I also believe, it is my view, that there is there's still gaps in literature, there's still gaps in practice that need to be explored with as far as campus radio is concerned, and how campus radio can, play an impact or play a role in advancing an institution, not just acting as ambassadors of the institution, but how are we inviting students to share their views, their opinions, to influence strategy? At the moment, it seems as if that voice is quite silenced, rather. We get to hear that, okay, this is the strategy, this is what we are doing, but what we are not placed in context. So, I don't know, I said a mouthful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Elena? After this, I'm going to allow for them to respond, then I'll open for the second round of questions.
Thank you very much, facilitator. My question is the support to the rural radio stations. There are radio stations that are closing down due to non-financial viability, lack of marketing, lack of finance management in place. What is the role that we as Northwest University or SANEF can assist, because as they are closing down, the platform or the channel for communication to those local communities, it means it's insufficient. We have a radio station in a village called Mubana, which is Village FM. They have previously written to different stakeholders requesting assistance to resuscitate their radio stations. It means most of the villages around Madikwe, around Mabiskra, those who are coming from those areas, the communities around that area who preferred information in Setswana, they are facing challenge of information. They are also requesting to be workshopped on financial management, compliance to be in place, and how to be financially viable, how we can assist them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes the first round of questions, and I will allow our panelists to respond.
I think my questions will come to you, Obina. Let me start with the campus radio question. When I was editing the Daily Sun, which I edited from a young age, I think I was appointed when I was 6 years old as editor-in-chief of Daily Sun and Sunday Sun. But before I was appointed, for a good 4 years, I was being trained. That's why I was told that I'm beyond journalism in terms of my training, and then I was taken to school, to Denmark, to go study at business school and all of that. But part of the training, that was when I came back, besides the financial understanding, besides spending time in Stellenbosch at Prosperous Farm and all of that, part of the training was that as the editor of the Daily Sun, who am I talking to? So I needed to understand the reader of the Daily Sun, to begin with, that who am I talking to? And as I understood this reader back then, we were, as you may remember, we were selling 500,000 copies a day and so forth. And whenever I was hiring journalists to come work in the newsroom, I used to say to them, I was born in the Northwest and raised as well in Soweto, but part of being black, part of reporting about Daily Sun. You can't be a young black person and tell me you are scared to walk into the squatter camp. So we used to describe our reader as the man in the blue overall. And that man in the blue overall was hyper-local, because we needed to understand their local issues. So for campus radio, for your station, you need to define it, to say you are in a sea of radio stations around here. I mean, just driving here, around here, I think I changed the radio station, and I do that a lot when I drive into the area. You get to, what is it? UFM, Mahiken FM, Mabapel FM, the Smutini just address yourselves. But the students, you need to get the number of students here on this campus to say how many are they and how many are listening to us. And those that are not listening to us, why are they not listening to us? And once we define it, we then get to a point where we can even approach corporate comms and say, here's a business proposal where we need to sustain ourselves. But as we sustain ourselves, we need to have our voices as people running the station back, because this will be the commercial approach for students, for the community around us, and this is how we're going to do it. And once you are there, you may even get to a point where you identify yourself in competition with Mawatu FM or Mahike FM. But you are young people and you are talking to the same young people on campus. Then all these other things in terms of the business plan, they fall into place. They fall into place because your station doesn't need me as a lady to come and speak about my favorite theoretical framework, which is dynamic capabilities. We don't need that. I speak to dynamic capabilities with my supervisor, and we spend, that coffee shop is 24 hours talking about it. But I don't have to be on air. But your listener, your students need to know that what's going on now, what I'm listening at 20 past 3 this afternoon is relevant. And I think that's the first touch upon. Belinda, quickly, just to answer you, my sister, I think one of the things that Kate knows, one of my criticisms of community media is the lack of unity. That's not there. There's the AIP, there's the NCRF, National Community Radio Forum, but the NCRF as well has its own challenges. And those own challenges, I think we've been trying to circumvent those challenges using AIP to say the training in journalism that's available to AIP is available to yourselves. For instance, as SANEF, with Mediate, we did a community digitization program where we were digitizing community media, where we were saying these are the platforms you can use, this is what you can extract from the platform, this is how you can use the platform to make money. That training continues. We can introduce to Chris and Mediate to assist where they can. But the reality as well for radio now going forward, radio needs to start thinking, how are we responding to podcasts? Setting up podcasts is cheap. It's very cheap setting up podcasts, and all of us are on podcasts. I was driving here and listening to see the 3.5 hour driving here. I've listened to David Mashalek, I've listened to Caesar. You understand? I've listened to all those. That's the one popular one that I refuse to listen. So you all know it.
Yes.
I don't listen to stuff where women are inside.
Yeah.
So the thing is, the Centec area licenses as well are still pretty expensive. And the case in point here was when we went to Venda, where we're sitting here, there was a radio station. And then at the gate where security said, there was another radio station. And I asked the question, why? Why? Why do we have two radio stations so close to each other, sitting with steep Centec bills? Why? You're speaking the same language to the same community. There needs to be a partnership, a collaborative effort. When you come to us to say we represent this community, like what you guys are doing, where we say there's a way to circumvent the center, let's engage CASA. It should be an ongoing conversation. But all I'm trying to say, that community in Mawan shouldn't be suffering because you can't keep the eyes on when there is so much help. Kate Skinner here is a good start. I can give you Chris Skinner's number. That's another good contact. You can send your guys to Google. Last week we had a YouTube production master classes. So these things are available. It's just that you know the right people to go to. With open doors, sometimes you don't even have to get in the car from Hammersdale to Joburg. They are online. They are available.
Yes. I also would like to start with the whole issue of the campus radio stations. And First of all, I want to say that, very importantly, the role that you are actually playing and that you can play is completely underestimated. But that's something that the radio station, such as any other radio station out there, should work on themselves. You should decide what it is that you would like to achieve. What is it that's going to put your radio station above the rest? Why people would want to listen to you and not listen to any of the other stations around Maikeng, around Mabatu? So you've got to define yourself. What are you standing for? And then, very importantly also, and that was mentioned as well, know your audience. Know what your audience wants. And that's across the sector. And that applies to any business. If you're not delivering on what your business or what your audience is asking for, then you are going to deteriorate. And from the university side, we view the role as very important. And we are handling you as any other media house out there. That is why radio stations do not form part of corporate communication. You're an entity on your own reporting to student life. Because we don't want radio stations on campuses to be seen as the mouthpieces of management. That's not what we want. Because then in any case, you're going to go down the drain because people aren't going to trust you, your students, your listeners aren't going to trust you. So that is why we want to maintain that independency on your side. We're always there to guide, to provide assistance. And I know for a fact that it is happening on this campus as well. The same with your campus newspaper. Exactly the same. But know your audience. Don't just regurgitate something. Try and think what it is that our students want to hear, and then work from there. And I think once you've succeeded in doing that, you would be able to start moving forward. And it is important that you also generate your own revenue. But once again, from corporate comms side, we're also there to assist in the sense of what can we plow back, because as we partner with the Northwest Media Awards, you just a next media house out there with whom we would also like to partner and also see what possibilities are there for us to plow back and to provide training and stuff like that. So that's very important. And the assistance is always there. But you've got to first of all decide what it is that you want to be, and then one can take it forward. Getting to the whole issue of the radio stations going down the drain, once again, as Reggie said, why so many? Why not have a joint venture in moving forward? But at the end of the day, very important to ensure that once again, whatever you decide is not going to jeopardize the community in which you are working, so that they don't suffer, because that's not what we want to see. From our side, we are measured on how many partnerships we can create. It's not necessarily always a financial thing, but the training opportunities are there. We have got the expertise, and that is why, and the whole issue of entrepreneurship was mentioned earlier on. That is why it's so important for the Northwest University to focus on entrepreneurship as well. Because it's not necessarily that you are going to walk into a job once you leave here. But if you've got that entrepreneurial skills, and that's why that is so important. And that's kind of the soft skills that we from the university side would like to put in place when moving forward. The training forms part of our partnership with Ananias and the rest of the guys. We're there, so we're always willing to assist.
Kwakanya, is it? I must say, you've touched me in my studio. Chris Maroleng, in the words of Chris Maroleng, because the issues that you were talking about, they're quite, I'm passionate about them. Being a product of campus radio, I wanted to say that, as students, I believe that the majority of the students that are here are studying communications and journalism. Make sure that the platform that is there works for you. Because you know what, now I'm faced with a lot of students who actually graduate from institutions of higher learning, but they cannot find opportunities for internship. Now, you have a vehicle that can actually assist you to get the experience that you need. Use it as a training ground as well. It worked for me when I left community radio station. I left campus radio here, but then I was able to actually enter into Bob Broadcasting at the time, which is now SABC, given the experience that I had, because I was reading the news on air. And then when I came in an interview, in an audition of over 60 people, I was the first person to be auditioned, and I was the only one to be hired, given the experience from community radio station. So you must use it. I remember I studied at Technical Northern Gauteng, TNG, and we were quite vigilant. I must tell you. I don't even know if this mic is on. How do I do that? Okay, I believe it's on. Yes. I wanted to say that we were quite vigilant in ensuring that we made facilities that were on campus work for us, because we knew that we needed to enter into the industry and into the market. So what we did is, as journalism students, we stood up to say that we understand that a lot of people have talent. But as people that are studying journalism, we wanted the campus radio station, the newspaper, and all the media platforms on campus to benefit us. So we made sure that we were first considered for those positions, and we made sure that we made our mark. So when you sit back and actually do not knock on doors and kick those doors down and make sure that the facilities you have here work to your benefit, then I don't know. But I wanted to do that. And also I loved what was said in terms of defining your audience. As a campus radio station, remember you're broadcasting within campus, but your radius extends outside campus. Old as I am, I listen to your radio station. You know when I want good music and when I'm driving with my children in the car. You remind me of my younger self, the way that you broadcast, and it warms my heart. Define your listeners. Your listeners are not only confined within campus because they are situated across residences within Mafikeng and also in households. But then make sure that the issues that you cover speak to them. Make sure that they see themselves in your programming. Do not compete with Motswedi. You are not Motswedi FM. Do not compete with Mafikeng FM. You are not Mafikeng FM. Stay uniquely a campus radio station that speaks to and about student challenges and the issues that are uniquely about students. Then you'll see your brand positioning should be about that. It just reminds me of a session we had. I was working in the marketing department here at Motswedi FM, and they said, no, let's see if we can actually capture new audiences by actually defining Moretsi wa Mnaikema. And we try to be very clever because we are learned and we are earning money and we are trying to define this listener or who is our listener. And we're trying to be very cosmopolitan. Who is that guy who drives an AMG, who does this, who does that? And one of my colleagues said, you are missing the point, Ananias. Moretsi wa Lona, when you are discussing Maganga, he actually calls and then an old song, now find a way that you can actually speak to this listener, and when you're discussing issues, bring them to his level so that he's able to understand them and engage. That's your listener. So what I'm saying to you is, don't beat yourself up. Even those ones who have long been in the industry, who are in those affluent stations, get it wrong, and we try all the time. But do try to define your listener and get your programming towards your listener. Because you know what? You have a niche. There's a market out there. Speak to the
your students. There are so many issues on campus that you can talk about, issues that are relevant to the student community. That you can talk about, that Mahike can never speak about because they are not relevant to their audiences. But if you focus on this one, you've got them. You've got them. Let's open for the second round of questions. Ananias, I'm so glad to speak, and you, and then do I have the last one because this might be my last round of questions. Marina Charlie, Tatiana there, you, if I have not noted you, just raise your hand. You're my second to speak. Okay, Ananias.
Okay, thank you. When I spoke in the morning, I said I wrote a book, The Real Death of Community Media. The first lines, when you read that book, is launching on the 13th of May at Freedom Park in Pretoria. And we will come to this campus to launch it here because it speaks to journalism students, media studies, communication. You must get that book. It starts by saying, my first interview, 1996. We were 400 in the class of 1996 journalism, TNT. When you went to TNG, as we went to Technical Northern Transvaal. Technical Northern Transvaal, 1996. And I was asked, why do you want to be a journalist? I was 20 years old. And my answer was simple. I want to ruralize journalism. And the interviewer, Nerisha Baldevu, asked me, what do you mean? And I said, when something happens in Soweto, it makes headlines. When it happens in Alexander, we run as journalists. But when it happens in Ramatlabama, no one cares. And I want to change that. And I'm standing here, I'm happy I've changed that. So I'm saying this, especially to students. Guys, I've changed that because they didn't want to hire me. I've applied. Yo. I've applied. You know, I don't know if they're still doing that. The regret letters, you're still sending them, Mr. Jacobs. I had a bunch of regrets letters. You're the Star, Sowetan, Citizen, City Press, all these newspapers. I wanted to be a journalist and no one cared. And I said, oh, they don't want to employ me. I'll employ myself. I opened my own company, my media company. I'm owning a newspaper, I'm owning a media company. I'm a media entrepreneur because they refused to hire me. And when I get bored, I take out my CV and apply. Because of my experience, now they want to employ me. So, in that class you are sitting in, it does not guarantee you a space in that media sector. You can sit at home, turn up to be at that late at ShopRite with your degree. What you must do, try to hire yourself. We need entrepreneurs. Newsrooms, we're talking about it. Newsrooms are shrinking. After graduating, where do you go? Last time we were in Cape Town, and some students came to me and they said, we are running a campus newspaper, but we don't write about student issues. It's a campus newspaper targeting community out there. That's an idea. I stole it, and I'm talking about it here. If you hear me, you hear me.
If you know, you know. There you go. 2 mics. Thank you. Thank you. So, I mean, it's so interesting because Ananias has literally stolen my thunder, because exactly what he was saying about the issue of being entrepreneurial, which is also an issue, of course, that Reggie raised as well. That is the key thing. And it's been so interesting being in the Association of Independent Publishers, because the first thing that I did when I first came in 2021 was a sense of like, it's all about sustainability. That is the key issue. Nothing else matters. And from that sustainability discussion, there was this huge discussion around, okay, so then what do we do? And from that came this idea that actually media businesses are that. They are small businesses. And what we're needing to do is to create those small businesses all over the country. And when we're talking about the kind of skills that people need to learn at university, it's journalism, but it's also small business development. And I think the more that we can collaborate with people in the kind of business sector and in those departments, the better for us, because that is where we're going to grow journalism. And also just maybe a last comment is that it's so exciting to be in the community media sector. This is the growth area. It really is. I think some of the most incredible innovation is coming out of our sector. And big thanks to Ananias for organizing this summit. I hope it happens every single year. Thanks.
This media summit is unlocking opportunities.
All right, how do I hold it? Let me position it properly. All right, like everybody, when we are talking, it's taking me back, literally, I'm going down memory lane. As I had said at the beginning, that I'm also a product of the Northwest University FM, and I'm also a product of the Album newspaper. I used to be the sub-editor here. So now let's go back to the radio conversation and talking about your listener. The one issue that we had at that current moment was the fact that the students are not the ones that are listening to the radio station at all. They don't even have a radio in their room. They are so out of touch. And I think for me, the reason why I went to find a radio station within the campus was because I was very passionate about it. However, I didn't even know that it existed. I went to Boss Mike, the cafeteria, and I didn't know that it was there. It also goes back to the marketing and brand visibility. Yes, we know Northwest University FM is there, but who knows about it except the alumni and the people that actually work at the radio station. But then again, Rowana Gray is a perfect example of a product of Northwest University, from campus radio straight to commercial.
Beautiful. Charlie? 2 months.
Oh, should I stand or should I just sit? Okay. Thanks, Keletso. Thanks, Brareji. Rewa Mapodis, Louis, my friend from the previous life. He used to give us information in the morning on the police work. So I elevated him to be recognized by the university. You remember? Okay. I just want to add on Brareji's comment in terms of focusing on other things. Brareji, you are spot on. I used to interview some of the students who wanted to join us as interns at SABC. Now, the first question that I normally ask is, why do you want to be on radio or on TV? 70% would say, no, I want to see myself presenting news from this campus, because I was so selfish about taking
some from other provinces, because I know our students won't get that recognition outside. So I was also specific to say I want the Northwest. But what I'm trying to say is that when you start to do what you are doing as a communicator, know what is it that you want to do at the end of your modules or your subject or the career that you want to follow. If you want to be on TV, sometimes it's hard luck, because the faces that you see on TV, some of them are brainless, sorry to say that, because they are just faces. Braraju attest, that's why he's not on TV, because he's not TV friendly or camera friendly. But those ones who are there, some of them, you'll find that somebody's job is just to read, because there are producers behind the scenes. Then if you make a mistake of saying, I'll give you an example because you used to have them. This Iraqi President Cyril Ramaphosa, then you make a mistake of writing down Thabo Mbeki. She might not even notice that this is wrong and read what is right. And then when you ask, you say, but it is written Thabo Mbeki. And then when you ask her, but who's the current? Oh, I didn't know. Those are the things that we see. So I'm just saying, Felagore, there are so many opportunities outside the face of TV, outside the microphone. Yeah, that last, if I have to make it an example, some of Banabar Nabare, I want to be like that last. So there are so many, you can be a producer and be the best producer. You were saying, Keleto was saying she listens to your community station because they play nice music. But there's somebody behind that nice music who is the compiler. Now, there are so many things around with that qualification that you have. Don't focus on being the face of something that ultimately you regret, because some of these faces or some of these voices, when it comes to end of March, they don't renew their contract. Now you are at somebody's mercy. If somebody new comes and say, no, I want the new brooms, you are dead. That's why this nowadays, somebody lasts only 3-4 years on radio. Then you even forgot that there was this somebody. Then because it's no longer about that passion and career and road to follow. It's about who's in charge, who can make decisions, and you are out. But I'm just trying to say, look other areas that you might find comfort, but don't look for money. Let money look for you. Try and build your career. Then when you are done, money will come flowing. I just wanted to add that 2 cents of advice, but communications is good. Don't regret. Thanks.
Apologies. I've noted 3 more speakers. It's you. No, don't worry. I'm not closing anyone down. It's you, and then there's another gentleman, and then I'll see if we have time for more questions.
Thank you, colleagues. My name is Oscar Musiane from Northwest University Corporate Communications, and mine is not a question, it's a comment. In terms of community radio, I happen to be the chairperson of the board of the Northwest University FM. So behind the scene, we are pushing a total takeover whereby from corporate communication we will be supporting the campus, like my director has alluded to say. When we are sending media invites, our campus radios are part. When we advertise on other ACBC community radio stations, UFM, we include them because we want to build that confidence so that they can be able to stand par to par with the the national journalist and said, my name is who and who, I'm from Northwest University FM, reporting live. We also revived the album. The album is a student newspaper. I think we are having the second copy now, ne? Yes. The plan is to, like Mr. Adinas was saying, is to have the campus newspaper that we can have a version of our campus stories, but the national stories whereby our journalists can cover when the premier is announcing SOPA. They can go there and interview the premier, interview our MECs, and compete with well-established journalists. So what we are pushing is that from internally, we are making sure that all the departments that are having events, we held cultural event last year. All cultural events I pushed so that they can be promos and adverts that are paid. We are paying these community radio stations as a university to make sure that they can generate revenue. And we paid, and all 3 campus radio stations from Mahiking, the NWFM, the River FM in Val, and the Pake in Posh. The promos were played there, and they came there to do their OBs and broadcasting live. So this is the direction that we are taking, and we are making sure that Northwest University produces the best in terms of the media.
There you go.
Yeah, Kemal. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Letabo Majiu, and I'm studying honors in communication. So mine is rather a suggestion, but not a question. And like I think I've mentioned it in the past few weeks when the Northwest University Radio hosted a conference there. So my good sir spoke about using these social media platforms. I think that is that supports what I actually want to talk about here. I want to speak about converting the radio station into a visual version, like making it not just a radio station where we have speakers like everywhere and then listeners listening on a radio. Like someone mentioned that students don't necessarily have like radio, the traditional radio thingy, but then most of our students are into like YouTube, Instagram, like we into visuals mostly. So I was thinking maybe we could convert the radio station into like a more visual radio, like your 947s, like they do it these days. Like they have their visual version of their radio things, and you can see the presenters in the studio and stuff. So I was thinking maybe we could convert that for the sake of growth and and creating more opportunities for other students that are not necessarily interested in just like presenting and being on the mic, but then for other students who are interested in videography, sound, pictures and sound, stuff like that. So I was thinking maybe for the sake of growth and engaging and making other students engage, I feel like that would bring also more engagement from students that do not have the traditional radio but are mostly interested in like your podcasts and your vlogcasts and stuff like that. So I don't know if everyone understands what I'm trying to say.
I understand you, because radio has moved from just being traditionally radio. They've also moved on to platforms that TikTok, where you can see some of the snippets. This the webcam. We talk about the camera go studio. Yes. And another opportunity that is coming is that we have the Northwest Press Club, which has over 245 journalists in there. Now we're saying, since you're saying you also have a newsroom, it feeds the radio station and also the album, we would like to hoist some of your journalists in there, so that they are also amongst us who are in the industry. Then they can get the news and even the media invites, so that they can come and cover our stories. I would love to see a journalist from the radio station or from here at my next media day here, Northwest Health.
Good day, everybody. I'm David Motsolwane. I'm from the Solo News. It's unfortunate that I didn't have a chance when the presentation was done on the budget location, because I'm owning a newspaper. The budget has been said that there is 30% that will be allocated to the community media. So I was just interested in maybe breaking down of that, because the gentleman just mentioned that that must be done, and how it is done is not really his responsibility, but that must be done. So my concern was that that percent, can that relate to the number of the publications or the radio stations that are available? So unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to pose my question in relation to that. So the current question, I've listened to presenters talking about the private sector coming on board. As a media practitioner, we are really struggling in relation to adverts from the private sector. The private sector doesn't support us. The size of the advert that they are placing with us, they are very small, and they are not really supporting us. It's only the government that come on board, but they don't really come. They come seldom sometimes. So the presenter, especially the gentleman that Ray, say something, they do have support from the private sector. We understand the non-financial one, but we as the publishers, we expect the tangible, like they must bring business in terms of placing the advert with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Should I feel comfortable closing this round? Okay, thank you. I will now allow for final summations from my panel, then we will close session 3.
Kelechi, thanks a lot. I think it's very encouraging the way that all of you are participating, the way that everybody is joining in, at looking at solutions, at looking as to how we can move forward to make sure that you remain sustainable. And that's what we also would like to achieve from the university side, getting involved as to how we can make sure that the voice of the community are continuously being heard as it should be. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. I think my brother with the newspaper. I'm not sure if you are a member of the AIP, and I'll repeat again. With the AIP, you've got a huge network of contacts and people that we can use that run their own newspapers there. But the private sector and funding, don't let me mislead you. On Monday, I was at ABSA head office, and I was sitting with the executives in the boardroom who were asking me almost, I think I left that boardroom having answered 50 questions. And they were all on ROI, because I went there to say, ABSA is the headline sponsor for our fundraiser. I need them to increase the money. And they were asking me questions. He said, no, she doesn't work. For 2025, In terms of media coverage, what did we get? In terms of AVRs, what did we get? In terms of social media on this, what did we get? In terms of Senate, I had to answer all of them. And I left there knowing that it can be a yay or nay here. So all I'm trying to say to you is also, with the help that's there from the commission, I think the challenge we have is the commercial side of things. And the commercial side of things is where you approach businesses in your area to advertise. But those businesses in your area that need to advertise with you, you need to tell them, you can't just walk in and say, if I run Mawatu News, then I come to Director Jacobs here, I want Northwest University to advertise. I can't just say to him, please advertise and take a full page ad. I need to tell him, why must he advertise and what's that advert going to do in terms of him, in terms of the ROI, in terms of the returns, in terms of what he's going to get back as an institution. So those are some of the things, and we go to the business plan. But as you do that in the short term to the business plan, part of the medium term, you also include exposure to AIP and training. And part of the long term, what the first question was about AI, you also start developing a business plan centered around it. Believe you me, you may run a community radio in Mawan, Hammanskraal, but very soon we have to factor in the AI factor into it. It's being factored all over. And what I keep on saying to media colleagues is, let's not repeat the mistake we did with social platforms. When they came here and we were told, guys, wake up, you need to be here, you need to do this. We said, nah, I'm still selling 500,000 copies of the daily side. Not knowing that 15 years later, I'll be batting head with them saying, I want my money back. So the AI conversation now, we need to be part of it, and it needs to be part of the business plan. Because we are going to fail, and we are going to learn, unlearn, and relearn using that business plan. Thank you.
And that brings us to the end of session 3 as I hand back to our host. Thank you very much for having us.
We may give that session a round of applause. Can we also give our speakers a round of applause for session 3? Can we also give Ms. Keletso Ratlhagane a huge round of applause?
Keletso, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for steering that ship. When I was seated there, I literally wrote a status message on WhatsApp to say, people who have stage presence, I really adore. You do have. Ladies and gentlemen, just before I forget, I also share the same sentiments with Keletso, Wakanya, and the Iron Lady to say, if you are a young individual, given an opportunity, use it. Especially in this industry of communications and journalism. I share the same sentiments to say, also, I worked for the camp, I'm a product of the Northwest University FM. I served for like 5 years, and Letabo there mentioned that can radio station also be given a platform to have cameras so that we can see what's happening inside the studio, since young individuals do enjoy watching visuals. It then happened that during my shows, I used to go live on Facebook. One festive season, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I then received a call from UFM, which is a commercial radio station, to say, we saw your lives on Facebook, on radio, and Michelle is going home for the festive for like 2 weeks. Can you please come stand in for Michelle? Midday was with Michelle. I did not know what to do at that particular point, but my first show was quite tricky on the commercial radio station. But I'm saying these other media outlets see you. For example, I also know a young lady, she used her cell phone to report stories most of the time. Your heavy rains, she would take her cell phone reporting these natural disasters and so forth. She was called by Media House to say you are doing good in citizen journalism. She's a reporter now. So you take these opportunities and you use them. In this industry, Ashem, it's a tough battle. You gotta take yourself in there. Truth of the matter, you have to take yourself in there. So we have come to the end of today's session, which was the first day of the summit. Tomorrow is the second day. But before we close, our media members are asking for a group photo. And please stay behind. We are going to have, I no longer call it lunch, I don't call it late lunch, it's definitely supper and dinner, okay? So I'm going to request, while we're waiting for the dinner, I'm going to request a group photo. You can come in front. Tomorrow we are continuing with the session. It'll be the last session. We are going to have 2 sessions and hopefully to see you again tomorrow. Tell others they can join us tomorrow, okay? From me, Preston Jr., it's a wrap for today. We can come take a group picture.